to audio, so we'll hope that he doesn't fart when he accidentally connects to audio. It'd be funny if Zoom is like, "Oh shit, now we're gonna go live," and it's all. Bap. Anyway, ladies and geraniums, I'm gonna hand it off to D here. Go for it, D.
What's going on, everybody? This show is for educational and entertainment purposes only. Got bells and whistles going off in the background. You have to be 21 and over to be here. If not, you have to get out. Get out! Actually, Fumidora.
Give me one ping, Vasily. One ping only. We don't need all the bells and whistles. Ladies and geraniums, welcome to the show. Like I said, join me in switching to live chat because I think it's a most of us on the panel here think it's a superior chatting experience. If you wonder why, Top Chat basically is filtered by what YouTube, the algorithm really, thinks that you will prefer. And so basically, a lot of times comments don't even come in order. If there's any bad words, your comment automatically gets filtered in many cases. Whereas in live chat, the comments usually come in order, which is a surprisingly important thing to me. Like I would like to know when people typed it, not 10 minutes later, right? And of course, it's a little bit less filtered and stuff. So any chance that we can to filter YouTube less is usually a good one. There's some exceptions, obviously, but anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I don't have the chat yet, so I guess we'll just wait on that one. We'll wait for folks to hop on, but in the meantime, we are a little bit late, I guess, but still earlier than we are sometimes. But anyway, folks, if you guys are new to the show, if you guys have never been on the show before, we are still at the moment an open conversational panel. I think I'm probably not going to do a lot of that in the future, or maybe I'm going to do it behind some kind of a barrier or something. I'm just honestly really sick of the kind of incessant trolling stuff, and I don't know. It may not be avoidable, so it's one of those things you just kind of have to fucking deal with it. But it's like, man, alive, we're just trying to fucking smoke some weed and have some conversations and incessant harping. Like, come on, nobody likes harpies, right? Anyway, we'll figure it out. I'm going to be making some hopefully very positive changes in the very near future, it looks like. So, looks like my garden will have a nice stable place, and I'll have a nice stable place for my office. I'm kind of tucked into this corner here. You guys can't see that, of course, but my veg garden is right behind me, so it's like you can probably hear the fan and stuff. I know when I use the regular microphone, I know for sure I can hear the fan because it goes through the microphone. Anyway, the Zoom noise canceling probably filters it out now that I think about it. But anyway. Uh, Long story short, with any luck, in the very near future, I'm going to have a nice studio area and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah. Anyway, hopefully, some positive developments for a change. It's been quite a year with somewhat unrelentingly negative news. Honestly, it was just one thing after another. So, hopefully, we can turn the tide a little bit. At the same time, actually, as the Oregon coast had king tides. I'm actually annoyed with myself that I didn't have time to go out there, but I just didn't have time to go out there. Crazy big tides over on the Oregon coast. I don't know if it's still because a lot of times the king tides follow for a few days, so it might still be. I would check if you are anywhere near the coast. Probably the Washington coast would be good too, but I won't swear to that because tides can be very different even in a couple hundred miles. Anyway, go check if you're out there. I was at the beach maybe a week ago or something like that. It was super nice to hear the ocean, and there's something about it. Some people don't like the water, I guess. Some people don't like the ocean, but I really do. Let's let Captain 420 in here. Also, let's make D a excuse me, co-host with the most. And pardon the crazy coughed out voice. Basically, I've been coughing like a crazy person for about a week now, so hopefully I'm getting better. It seems like I am getting better finally, but I sure don't have time to be sick. I have to be honest. So it would be nice if I could stop being sick for a change. But in the meantime, no real announcements, ladies and gentlemen. I'm thinking about opening up the Fumidoro shop basically for 1 or 2 days, or I don't know, maybe for a weekend, basically next weekend for kind of Black Friday weekend or whatever, with maybe a heavy discount or something. I've kept the website down basically for gosh, I don't know, 2 months now, something like that. So it's been a very challenging time, so I don't want to make promises I can't deliver. It's been really an infuriating process for me behind the scenes. Anyway, so thinking about it. If you guys are interested, obviously let me know. I actually think my Proton mail is down still, and I don't really know why. I need to go check on that. I just haven't had time to figure it out. So don't email me at fumidor@chronictable.com for a change. Normally, I would say please do that. Normally, yeah, I guess now the way to contact me really is say hello in the chat, or look at that. D's got the hood on. What was I going to
Can I
say?
call you?
Shit, I don't know. Discord. Really, if you're part of Discord, or I guess DM me on Instagram. That's usually my last possible option. But at the moment, until I can figure out what's up with Proton Mail, please DM me on Instagram. Shit, it's weird, right? I never say that. D's like, what the fuck? It's the upside down lady, upside down land. Fucking.
Oh,
I don't know. What is it? The game Apocalypse or some shit? I don't even know.
yeah.
Horseman game yesterday or some shit. I don't even know. Speaking of which, D, what's going on, buddy?
What is it? Shit. The end is near.
That's it.
The
The end
end
is
is
nigh.
near. I need to make one of those
Like,
songs.
do you remember Quentin Tarantino's character from Little Nicky? I smell the devil. I can't remember how to say like, but it was all every time Adam Sandler's like, oh my god, the demons are upon us, and then he falls down. So go for it, D.
Cheers, everybody. Hope everyone's having a great night. Cheers, everybody that tuned into the pre-show on my channel. You can find that at dzombie_745. I'm smoking on Super Pink Kush, and I got some. Oh yeah, Space Runts, and I got some pre-rolls. So yeah, hope everyone's having a great night. Hey,
Cheers, D. Good to see you, buddy.
yeah, man.
And
Looks
I
like,
have to,
what's
I'm
that?
sorry, I have to apologize, Dee. I was in the middle of a hour and a half discussion with somebody that turned out to be 20 minutes away from my house.
Yeah,
Oh shit, eh?
And he's been breeding for over 30 years.
Oh, right on. Hello, neighbor.
So we got into like a really good discussion, and it was like, yeah, yeah.
That's
He'd say
awesome.
something, and I'd fill in the last part. I'd start to say something, and he'd fill in the last part. It's nice when you can meet a grower and you gel like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm sorry I didn't make it to
Oh,
your show this week.
no, don't worry about it, Captain. No big deal. No thing, man. That's awesome. That you got now you got a new person. And that's only like 20 minutes away.
Well, that makes like my second friend within this area anymore. Everybody else has moved away or passed away.
Yeah.
You
just
know,
don't call
that
him your
that's
number two friend. Let's say
that's
hello to
one
Smashed
thing.
real quick. Pardon?
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
That's one thing about, getting into cannabis really heavy like I did and the way I did was basically through normal. And doing it through normal, I got to meet and become friends with a bunch of other people like myself that had conditions, some much worse, some much more fatal. But, having those people in your life for 15 years and then poof, they start to go.
Yeah.
There was actually a story about. Actually, I think it was a study by Normal. I hope I can find it. Holy fucking shit!
Ohio passed a law last week. Your hemp products that are altered into THC products are now going to be illegal in the state of Ohio.
Oh,
Oh shit.
super duper. Well, to make us happier for a moment, we can go look at this article from Normal. Speaking of which, we'll say hello to you here in a second, Smashed. So this is from normal.org. Study cannabis use not associated with later IQ decline. Lifetime cannabis use is not associated with cognitive decline, according to longitudinal data published in the journal Brain and Behavior. Dee's favorite magazine.
Ah.
Danish investigators assessed the relationship between cannabis use and age-related cognitive decline in a cohort of 5,162 men, reasonable sample size. Subjects' IQ were assessed during early adulthood, meaning age 22, or mean age of 22, and then again in late midlife, mean age around 62. Researchers determined that participants with a history of cannabis use experienced, quote, significantly less cognitive decline, end quote, over their lifetimes than did non-users. Among cannabis consumers, neither age of initiation nor frequency of use was associated with negative effects on cognition. They reported in this study of 5,162 Danish men, the mean cognitive decline was found to be 6.2 IQ points over an average of 44 years. Notably, cannabis users exhibited statistically significantly less cognitive decline compared to non-users, and the association remained significant. The association remained significant when controlling for potential confounders. In the fully adjusted model, cannabis use was associated with 1.3 IQ points less cognitive decline than the decline observed in the reference group. In other words, smoking weed makes us a little bit less stupid. The study's authors concluded, quote, these findings align with most existing studies, suggesting no association between cannabis use and greater cognitive decline. Among cannabis users, no significant associations with age-related cognitive decline could be demonstrated for age of initiation of cannabis use. Years of frequent cannabis use were generally associated with no significant difference in cognitive decline when compared with no frequent use. Further studies are needed to investigate whether these findings reflect that there are no adverse effects on cognitive decline or that the effects of cannabis are temporary and disappear after a long period of time, especially since we want to smoke a lot more doobies. So please send more weed to our study group. Anyway, smoking weed might do lots of things, but it's not going to make you dumb. I think that's good news. What do you think, Smashed?
Yeah, I feel like it has. I've always felt like it had a little bit of. People always said it made you stupid, and like killed brain cells, but I don't know. I never thought that.
Science, bro. You can put.
Cheers, everyone. Sorry, I was taking the trash out.
Cheers, Smashed. Is that a metaphor for kicking ass and taking names?
No, actually taking the trash out. Yeah, just hanging out and looking at new computers. I need to get a new laptop. Actually, I want to get a desktop. So that's what I'm looking for right now is a new desktop.
What are you doing for your photo editing and stuff, or what?
Yeah, my computer's good, but it's always giving me problems. Ever since I bought this fucking thing, it's giving me problems. I have look. I got that's all so I can unplug it. This is a terabyte hard drive. And it won't even like recognize it. Any hard drive I put on this thing, it doesn't recognize. It works
I'll
good.
give you $5 for a hard drive.
Has nothing to do with that. But anyways, I've put multiple hard drives on. It never recognizes them. It recognizes my USB to micro SD card, but it won't recognize a SATA cable. What is it called?
SATA cable, yeah.
SATA.
Can other computers recognize that hard drive? So, for example, you take it to your buddy's the photographer, whatever. You can plug it in and it pops right up.
Yeah,
it's probably a driver. That's one of the nice things. People always say, "Oh, why the fuck do you like Macs?" I hate to say it. One of the things that is wonderful about a Mac is that they're basically plug and play on almost every like they go to some effort, basically more effort than the other companies, I guess you could say, because it's probably not all that much effort really, to make sure that all the drivers are basically covered. In fact, it doesn't really work that way, basically, that you don't need drivers. Anyway, long story short, you can plug in pretty much any printer basically made in the last 20 fucking years. I mean, there are some exceptions sometimes, and sometimes it'll have to download some background software. Generally speaking, you can plug in a Mac to fucking anything and it'll just pop right up. No weird connections. No, you might have to configure something, but it's not really that big of a deal. So honestly, that's one reason why a lot of creative folks like it. Because, for example, creative folks, photographer, videographer, graphic designer, anybody that basically has large files essentially is going to typesetter, for example, is going to basically have a hard drive that they probably bring with them. I mean, sure, some people have everything in the cloud, but a lot of people will have both in the cloud as well as on their person, and they plug it in. And what am I trying to say? I lost my train of thought because I'm a little bit high. That
Yeah,
lemon tree, I
I've
spoke
been
lemon tree
looking.
before the show, and it like has these interesting like waves of highness that come and go. It's kind of funny. Go ahead.
I've been looking at Macs. I might get a Mac desktop, Mac Pro.
Uh, the new Mac Mini is a pretty good deal. A lot of people are reviewing that super highly. The downside is you have to buy your own screen. The upside is if you have your own fucking screen, then you don't have to buy another screen. Like you can totally just use that same screen. And the Mac Mini is like $500 or some shit. It's crazy. It's a really great price with the new M4 chip. That shit's fast as hell. If you get more RAM, you have to pay a little bit over $1,000, but that's still a crazy price actually for a pretty solid machine. Um, what was I going to say? I really like the old 27-inch iMac, but the scuttlebutt is basically they're just not going to make them anymore. They certainly haven't made them for like 5 years, so that kind of settles the argument. There's a rumor that they're going to make like a 30, what was it, 32-inch? I want to say I heard, or was it 36? I think it was 32-inch
I like the
iMac
idea of the
Pro,
Mac Mini.
basically. Pardon?
I like the idea of the Mac Mini. You can bring it with you, kind of like a laptop.
I mean, most people kind of leave it where it is, but you're right, it's portable. I mean, it's basically just got a power cord and stuff. So as long as you got a power cord to plug it in somewhere, or a power outlet rather, and a monitor, you're good to go. So uh, I don't think you can use. I was gonna say, I wonder if you can use an iPad as a monitor, but I don't think you can.
I
Maybe you
got a
can.
monitor right here.
Well, there you go. That's what I'm saying. You'd save yourself a bunch of money. The nice thing about Apple creative apps and stuff is that they pretty much work all the time. Like what Adobe Capture One, da, 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 like they almost never glitch out basically on
I
Apple.
tried Capture One. I used it to do this last round of photos. It's all right. I think I like Lightroom a little bit better.
It's a preference. I kind of can't stand Lightroom. I've been trying to get used to it because I pay for the Adobe stuff. I've actually been trying to get away from Adobe, but for the moment anyway, I have been paying for the Adobe suite. I have kind of a discount on it, so it's at least I can convince myself to keep paying for it. So I'm like, fuck, I don't want to keep paying for both Adobe and Capture One, which is effectively what I've been doing, which is ridiculous, right? But I way prefer Capture One, like way, 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 way prefer Capture One. It's a judgment call in many cases. Capture One is almost unambiguously better for a few things. For example, live capturing, basically tethering, essentially basically indisputable. Lightroom can do it, but Capture One is made to do it. It's literally called Capture One. So basically, what it is live tethering. So if you're doing portraiture, real estate photography, even, but especially product photography, any kind of studio photography, uh, what else? Focus stacking. You're going to basically want to capture it directly to the computer, A, so you can see it, B, so you can apply edits basically on the fly. Your model can basically see it too. If you're doing portraiture, you can instantly show your model basically what the results are, so they can build up their confidence. Because of course the model is always like, oh, I wonder if I look shitty. You show them immediately, no, you fucking look like a rock star. Da, da, da. There's a huge amount of advantages to basically capturing live. Well, Capture One is like an order of magnitude better than Lightroom, basically, for that. Lightroom, on the other hand, is far better for cataloging your photos. So actually, a lot of people basically use both Lightroom to catalog their photos, as well as Capture One to edit, capture photos, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then some people, of course, use Photoshop. Go figure. I learned Photoshop, but like a long time ago, and I was never at all good at it. And I
I
basically
can do it a little bit.
forget all the tools and stuff. Part of it is I can't stand the idea of compositing and stuff, and that's really the gifts of Photoshop. Really is when you start to meddle with a photo, and I really don't like that. I came from this film photography mindset where the picture's like baked in kind of. But what am I trying to say? Different strokes for different folks, you know,
Do
like
you edit? I
photography.
asked a couple different photographers this question, and I get different answers. Do you edit every picture? Uh,
What do you mean by that? Like every single picture I take?
yeah, like
Oh
if you were
Jesus, no, not a chance. No. But
okay.
I take a crazy number of pictures. I always recommend now with film photography, you had to be frugal. I mean, I remember vividly. I remember going on trips and the amount of film I took with me was the amount of film that I could take. Because, for example, if you wanted a trip to Canada, you'd have to pay sales tax on film and everything else. And so whenever you got your film, you'd buy it locally at the cheapest store, and then basically you'd fucking preciously take, oh my God, I got 2 rolls of film for the day or some shit, right? So that's like literally like 64 shots for the whole fucking day or whatever it is, right?
Do you
Anyway,
find
pardon?
do you find that like I was looking through pictures and I'm like, this one looks good. Like it
Well,
doesn't
so let
really
me finish my thought here. The biggest advantage, I think, above everything else with digital photography, and people get this wrong with analog photography. Whenever you follow any of the analog photography forums and stuff, or the analog photography on Reddit or even on YouTube, whatever, people are always like, "Oh, film, it's so good because it gets you to slow down and compose individual shots, and you really you think through the shot one by one by one." And I'm like, you're almost getting practice right, but you're getting it wrong. Like basically, practice makes perfect, right? Everyone has heard that expression. And when you practice something, you enforce hopefully good patterns. Well, how better could you enforce good patterns than by taking thousands of fucking pictures and immediately seeing the feedback? That's basically the difference. With film photography, you take a picture and you might not see the results certainly for at least a couple of hours, but for days, weeks, months, years even, right? So you might not ever learn your lesson from that photograph. You'll take a photograph, but it was like empty practice. You don't know what happened from it. Whereas with a digital camera, you take a picture and even if you don't edit it, you can see what the result was on the back. Oh shit, the exposure was garbage. All right, I got to change something. Or you take a picture. Oh fuck, the model was her eyes were closed. Okay, got to take another picture. Or oh, I took another one. Oh fuck, that pose does not work at all. Take another picture. Oh, okay, that pose almost works. Take another picture. On and on and on and on. And you get this essentially almost instant feedback, basically instant feedback that reinforces good quality. It basically teaches you how to do more of what you want. It's like fucking machine learning, basically, but it's human learning, basically, right? Anyway, I think it's a spectacular thing about digital photography to take basically as many photographs as you can, but then on the other side of the pipeline, you have to filter the photographs into your editor, and you cannot possibly edit every single fucking photograph. Some people cull on import. So basically, when they're importing from the camera, for example, already then they go through and they tag photos. And what a lot of people do is they'll basically rate photos. So for example, they'll go, Lightroom is exceptional for this. You have 5 stars. And so for example, you can rate things 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? Or even 0 stars. Well, depending on how you want to do it, you can basically rate, your good shots 5 stars. And out of 1,000 shots, you had a photo shoot with cow in a fucking field. I don't know. It's the most pretty cow in Massachusetts, and someone hired you to do the photo shoot, right? You only need a couple shots from that goddamn photo shoot, but you took 1,000 shots to be right, right? To because you're a pro, right? You took it from this perspective, that perspective, that perspective, this perspective, this exposure, with flash, without flash. On import, as you're looking through it, you're like, winner, 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 winner. And then basically you look through the other photos once you've got all
Yeah,
your,
but we
and you can look through all your four. There's 100 different ways to do this, right? But anyway, long story short, a lot of people call on import. I don't usually call on import. I actually just import everything, and then I essentially call on edit, basically,
that's what I
which is
do
an
too.
inefficient process. I have to be honest. I've been trying to do it differently, but I
I
have
call on
but it's not worth going into my whole backstory. But long story short, I edit individual photos. So out of 1,000 photos I might have taken, I'm not going to edit 1,000 photos. I might edit 20, literally 20, not more than that. I'll pick the best of any scene, basically, not the best three, just the best one. Back to you.
uh, yeah, I was looking through my pictures. I took a good amount. I took like 800 over the weekend. Obviously, I do burst shooting, which I'll take 2 or 3 pictures at one subject. Um, and I normally pick throughout those which one. If it's one's blurry, obviously it gets deleted right on the spot. But if it looks all right on my screen, then I don't delete it on the spot. I go through every I don't know 5-10 minutes and look at the last.
Generally speaking, don't delete photos on your camera. This is something that even manufacturers have always kind of recommended wrong because they'll say in the manual, oh, you can totally delete photos in your card. The problem is that you can somewhat corrupt your card. And basically, what happens is you're essentially overwriting, but in a weird way on the SD cards. They're not really meant to do it that way. They're not like a spinning hard disk that can do it that way. But on a digital camera, basically, you have a what's it called, solid state memory that doesn't like having little gaps, basically. So wait to delete stuff until you've imported, and then usually you just clear the whole card instead of deleting individual photos. Because, for example, even then, you're going to have problems with capacity in the future because each individual photo, surprisingly, is a little bit different size. So, for example, photos that have more red or more blue or more green or whatever will surprisingly be a couple different megabytes in size. If your camera is like I think you said it was like 16 megapixels, so actually probably most of your photos will be somewhat similar because it's only maybe like 10% difference usually. But for example, I have a 42 megapixel camera. The images come out sometimes in a raw file. Sometimes they come out 30 megapixels. Sometimes they come out 24. Sometimes they come out 42. Like they can be all over the fucking place. It's really puzzling. So
Hmm.
I guess where I'm going with that is that if you're deleting a 27 megabyte photo and then 3 weeks later your camera is looking for space to put a 45 megapixel photo, it's not going to be able to fit it there, right? And so you'll end up having corruption errors essentially. So you don't want to really pick and choose on the camera. Just take your shots, just deal with them, don't even fuck with them, just by all means look at them, but don't delete them on the camera. And then once you import, then delete your card.
Okay. Hmm. Yeah, and I was looking and there's some pictures I maybe touched it a little bit, but I thought it looked good naturally. Like maybe a little bit of saturation, a little bit of contrast, but like nothing crazy. I thought the picture looked good the way it was taken.
There's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to edit photos crazily. I mean, once you start to really get into photography, there are some lovely things that you can do to really enhance photos. I'm really a sucker for intentionally vignetting, just very slightly. I like to, I mean, if you're doing a portrait photograph. So, for example, if I'm doing a lot of my weed photographs or something, I don't always do this, but I often like to just very slightly vignette into the image. And that basically, I think, pulls people into the image a little bit, but very, very, very slightly. Other people don't like that. Other people would do it some other way. Other people would like a flat gradient basically across the image. That's their fucking style. What am I trying to say? Some people love to play with the curves. Basically, the curves can allow you to really mess with the colors. You can be really violent with the curves. You can make things look super fucking fake, but you can also just very delicately mess with the contrast and color basically of the images to really pull out the highlights and shadows, which can be really pretty cool. Basically, when you have, let's say, a portrait of a person or a portrait of a flower or even a portrait of a fucking building. If you're taking like real estate photographs, you can really push and pull the highlights and the shadows to enhance both, basically, to make it more visually appealing. So that's a tough one. If you don't understand what I'm talking about, don't fuck with that stuff until you do. At some point, you will start to know it. You'll start to understand it. It's like anything in life. If someone had told you about micronutrients, if someone had told you about the von Liebig's law of minimums 15 years ago, you would have looked at them like a crazy person. You'd be like, what are you talking to me about? Like you wouldn't have known anything about it. But little by little by little, you started to know more and more about gross stuff to the point that now you casually know, everyone in the chat, I'm sure you just casually know all this fucking shit. It'll be the same thing with photographs. Little by little by little, you'll start to understand what they mean by fucking with the curves, and you'll start to know what they mean by any goddamn thing. So
Um, yeah, I get the fade away or fade in on the background for a portrait and stuff. Help try to draw the eye towards them wherever you're putting the
again, that's really just an artistic choice. Other people would do it differently. Other people would vignette away, for example. Other people wouldn't vignette at all. I mean, there's a million different ways to edit a photograph. I basically like to say that I started my photography journey basically many years ago. I still have the photo enlarger that I bought years ago. I actually enlarged my own photographs. I basically took black and white film photographs, and I had my own bulk reels, because it was so much cheaper to buy bulk film. It's still probably cheaper to buy bulk film, but film is crazy expensive now. It used to always be expensive, but now it's just another level of expensive. Anyway, I used to load my own rolls and then develop my own film and then actually like print my own images and stuff. And so I got to really, first of all, enjoy, but I also got to learn how to push and pull elements of the image to the point that you're basically burning in specific because how do I put it? The word photograph or photography basically means writing with light. And essentially, that doesn't make a lot of sense when you don't think about it in terms of actually printing an image. And of course, we don't really print images, most of us anymore, right? But we do develop them basically in Lightroom. Even the name Lightroom is kind of a pun on reviewing the slides basically that people used to or the slides or the negatives basically people would review them in a Lightroom basically or in a light box so that you could actually see what the images kind of looked like before you would print them. But anyway, what am I trying to say? Not everybody has that experience. So not everybody is going to want to, for example, like me, I used to push and pull elements of my image. I used to have a little fucking, literally a coat hanger, because, in the old Time Life book or something, 100 years ago when they published it, they said, oh, a perfect tool to push and pull photographs is a coat hanger that you bend straight and put a piece of paper on the end. So I probably had 15 different, you end up basically having different size burn tools, dodge tools, I guess they're called really, and you end up literally like waving it over the thing so that that part doesn't get as exposed as other areas. Anyway, so long story short, for me, vignetting it's like a little fucking slider on Lightroom, you know what I mean, or Capture One. It's a fucking slider instead of sitting there in a dark room with a coat hanger like painstakingly fucking waving over this part of the image. I'm probably not making any sense to you, honestly, but
You
for
know,
anyone who do
my buddy
that,
had a dark room growing up with
did
like
you
a
really? That's funny.
it was the coolest. It had the actual sliding photo blackout door.
Oh, did I really?
It was a big metal tube. You go
Did
in.
you have the door that spun around?
Yeah.
No
I
shit.
didn't. He did.
That's cool.
That's
It was
cool.
crazy. We used to growing up. We were always thought his dad was like, we're like, yo, your dad does something
Those were
like,
expensive. Like those fucking doors were expensive. That was for basically like in terms of like grow nerds, that was the grow nerd like Flora, I think where did I see Flora? Oh, he posted a video earlier today. Anyway, he's always talking about the chilled LED and they're, like twice as expensive as anybody. Well, that's the kind of person, that would buy those like circular doors, the person that could buy like the chilled the super nerd, you know what I mean? The person who has probably a little bit of budget, but also the super fucking committed nerd.
this guy
That's
had a whole cabinet making business slash photography room in his basement.
huh. That's cool. Huh.
Everything you could think about to make a cabinet, every fucking bench tool. And then there was on the side, there was this black tube. You go in and the door slides, and you're like, what the fuck? We always thought his dad went in there to watch porn or something.
Uh,
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said we always thought his dad went in there to watch porn or something.
Get high.
Ladies and geraniums, if you guys don't know the drill, you guys are welcome to hop on here. I was saying before the show, or at the beginning of the show rather, that I may change the protocol in the future, and I actually am quite serious. I may change that, but for the moment, it's an open door. You just honestly have to fuck this cough. God damn it. You just have to ask nicely. Don't have to beg or grovel or anything. Just say in the chat, hey, I'd like to hop on, and we'd be happy to provide you a link. There's a couple of moderators in the chat. Basically, you have to be a moderator to be able to pin a link. So it is what it is. One of these days, maybe I'll finally get, we could totally make Bud Kilowatt a moderator. But Bud Kilowatt is probably not going to be able to post links, but that's okay. We can still make him a moderator because he's a cool cat. Who else could we do in here? Uh,
Come hang out with us, bud.
well, we'll keep it for a second.
Budge
Long story
probably.
short, we used to have we used to have the whole blue crew, right? Like we used to have a ton of people. Almost everybody was blue in the chat. And then we had somebody or some peoples, I don't exactly know what it was, uh, surreptitiously banning people after the show. It was super fucked up. And it was a couple hundred people that they banned, not even a few people. It was a couple hundred people. And who knows how many of those people just gave up on the show and never came back because of all people, Eagle told me when he hopped on the show one time. Literally, it was a 1 in a million shot that I found out about this because Eagle, since when does he come on the show? It was that show that he came on. He was like, wait, he was, I think, logged in. His like viewer YouTube basically was logged into his other Eagle Grows or whatever. I don't remember. He has a
Yeah,
couple accounts.
another account.
And the account that he hopped on, oh, I don't think he even was on a YouTube account when he hopped on because it was just Zoom, right? Whatever, however it was exactly, the account that he was logged in somehow was getting banned, and he was like, "Bro, Fumi, what the fuck? Why am I banned in your chat?" I'm like, "What the fuck? You're not banned in my chat. What are you talking about?" And so I looked it up, and sure enough, he was fucking banned in my chat. And I'm looking through there, and I'm like, "Wait, Star Delta 9, all these different people." Well, speaking of which, I haven't seen Star Delta 9 basically since then, so she probably thought that I fucking banned her on purpose. So some asshole shit basket. I mean, just a wretch of a person, honestly. One of those fucking people, probably an incel, pimpled shit basket. Anyway, sitting in their fucking dark room, found a way to basically ban people after the show. I think, but what they were doing is they were rewinding the show basically.
You can rewatch all the chat.
Yeah, 100%. Well, normally you're not able to actually do moderating privileges, but I think there was a glitch anyway for a little while. And because I was trying to replicate it, I was like, how the fuck did this happen? I was able to kind of replicate it. Granted, the owner of the channel has somewhat superseding rights, but even still, it was a weird glitch, basically. I'm not 100% sure that's how they did it, but I think that's how they did it. Anyway, so I removed pretty much all the fucking blue names and only added back maybe 5, 6 names. Ridiculous.
Initially, it was just you and D
Yeah.
for grip.
Nope. Nope.
I don't even have
No,
blue.
I mean, you know what I mean? Like I'm just the negativity of those fucking people and all the weird shit they've pulled over the years. It's just something else.
That's a weird one. Like I didn't even know that was possible either.
Yeah, that was a weird one. Anyway, I'm still kind of sour about that one, to be perfectly honest. Like it was
No,
so
that's a shitbag
stupid,
move.
it's such a shitbag thing to do. So cowardly, so underhanded, and so mean to the
It's
wrong.
like it's like
I'm like, yeah, like all the people that got banned, they were probably like, the fuck did I do? Like, what did I make Fumi angry? You know what I mean? Like they probably
it's like a
thought
digital stab in the back
100%. Yeah, 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 yeah. So
because you trusted. Well, I mean, you trusted everyone that was blue to an extent because there was a lot of people.
you know, what can you do? So yeah, we the other direction now, whereby we have almost no blue names. So now we don't have anybody surreptitiously getting banned, and that's the end of that. So
Unless D does it in his
yeah,
pocket.
right. Yeah, exactly. D suddenly snaps. He's like, can't take it anymore. He fucking goes postal, throws over the table. No, that's not gonna happen.
No machine, no gun, just finger clicking everyone, banning everybody.
That's it. That's it. He's like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. You're cool.
Taste the
Fuck you.
motherfucking rainbow,
That's it.
motherfuckers.
I wonder if I type in airplane on marketplace, what would come up?
Airplane.
Yeah.
What's the one? Buy
Oh,
nothing. Look up airplane on buy nothing.
I can get a couple airplanes. 10 grand. I can get the Phantom X1E experimental light sport aircraft.
There you go. You just basically it's due for a complete overhaul
35,000.
maintenance. That's the only problem, probably.
Oh, this thing actually has a video of it flying. 35,000. I can get a 1962 Piper Colt.
That's cool.
I
And
want
you
one of
go up
those.
to Alaska.
I want one of those parachute things. A parasail type thing.
Oh,
Like you got a
paragliders. Yeah, those are cool.
yeah, you got a big fucking fan on your back pretty much, and it's like a advanced parachute.
Nice
By
hair.
the way, I don't have a story for this. I was gonna find a story for this, but can't seem to find one. But there was a post on No Till Growery. The post was Mammoth P out of business, and the question was like, "Hey, I couldn't find it online. The grow shop I go to says that they're out of stock and they're basically out of business. Where can I find a product?" Like I would never learn, look for a product like that. But that person was looking like, "Oh, where can I find a similar product?" And people are kind of roasting him in the chat a little bit. They're like, "Oh, you could totally just not use that. You could use what else?" Photo Plus. Actually, that's a good rep because Photo Plus is actually good. Anyway, we don't have to talk shit about that person because it was kind of amusing. But I was like, wait, what the fuck? Mammoth P's out of business? I was like, how the fuck did the money press run out of fucking money printing? But it looks like they may have gone out of business. I don't know this for sure, by the way, so please don't anyone take this literally. I went to their Instagram and they stopped posting in March. It looks like they were quite active at posting basically every few days. Before that, April, fucking way back, February, April, January, they were posting all the time. And then suddenly Basta done March their links when they show you to go to Amazon. They still have the product listings on Amazon, but they're not available. Their website, at least for me, didn't load. So I don't know if other people, perhaps it was, I think I was on my phone, so maybe it just wasn't loading because it was slow or something. But I was like, holy fucking shit, chat. Like we've been talking about Mammoth Bee for ages, right? And of course, there's D, what are you showing us?
Oh, I'm just showing the ISS right now. They're doing a docking.
Oh, I was gonna say I can't understand what the fuck that is. Now that makes more sense. Right on.
I'll give you a docking.
That's what your
That's what
mom
your mom says every night.
Oh, nice, nice.
Oh,
You can't
What
dock
was I
like
trying
that.
to say? Uh, Debbie, are you see? Oh, Debbie's saying, I remember Fumi, I hit you up on Discord to ask about not being seen in chat for quite a while. There were actually a couple people that complained, but I think that was after Eagle said it. I won't swear to this, but maybe people did complain, but I couldn't figure out what was going on, right? I was like, I don't see any problems. I don't know what's going on. And people probably thought I was lying. They were probably like, oh yeah, Fumi just banned me and he doesn't want to
The
admit
thing
it.
is,
He's too much of a pussy to admit that he banned me. And I'm just like, didn't even know there was a problem.
to unban you, it's kind of a weird process. You got to go into a couple different spots.
Yeah, it's weird. First of all, you got to find it in the whole band list. Yeah, yeah. Cheers, by the way, Debbie.
Yeah, my buddy called me today and he's like, "Oh, there's a grow store closing down." I'm like, "Oh, bet." I was like, "You got any lights?" He's like, "Oh, it's keeping them, I think." I was like, "All right, so the store's closing down, but he's probably going to start up his own little factory."
See
The
if
store
he's
is
got
going to
any
start up its own
old.
factory. Sorry, go ahead.
You have any
I'm
what?
sorry,
Go ahead.
like
Yeah.
old Dynagrow.
Oh, he might. He had a bunch of nutrients. I know someone that got a whole
Light
bunch.
rails, the
Oh,
movers. I need those
I think he's keeping all that shit because I asked.
because now I have 5 extra rails because I walked into a shop and they had them and they said, "Oh, you want them? $10 a piece." The only problem is I only have one mover, but I do have extra sets of wheels and extra stoppers.
I saw some rolling tables on Craigslist one time. I was like, holy shit, I wish I could fit those in my freaking place. Like now it'd be super handy. I probably wouldn't be able to use them actually because of ceiling height, but still, in theory, it would be so fun to be able to just, roll them back and forth like a commercial grow. Whatever.
I mean, you can keep them 1 foot off the floor. They don't have to be 3 or 4.
Uh, I think these were a specific size, but yeah, you're right. There's no reason why they couldn't be on the ground.
I
Um,
cut that bitch and made him
I've
fit.
seen them on the ground before, maybe. Pardon?
I said I would have cut those legs and made it fit.
Yeah, right. So, but you guys don't have any opinion about Mammoth P going out of business? Like, isn't that crazy?
They were like the hype product, anyways.
That's what kind of surprises me. It's like, did the hype just wear off? To me, it
Probably.
says a lot about the entire grow scene. I think basically,
Isn't
uh,
Power SI the same thing?
they're surprisingly still around. I think I don't understand why people that's a more expensive product. I can't comprehend, uh, and the people swear by it, and it just actually blows my mind that these fucking people like. Do you not know you're being lied to? I don't know. Whatever. I guess I shouldn't be too specific just in case anyone wants to sue me. In my opinion, the product.
You can buy powdered microbes. That's way more efficient.
Sorry, are you reading something or are you saying?
Oh, I said you can buy powdered microbes that way more efficient.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, yeah, like TerraGrow, for example. But honestly, you don't have to buy powdered microbes at all. This is such a
Make
misconception.
your own
Like,
lacto.
yeah, 100%. Or good compost, you know what I mean? Like, it's so much better than
You can
any
add them here
microbes
and
you can
there.
buy.
You guys, like here, if I go to a show and someone gives me some powdered microbes, I'm not gonna throw them away. I'll throw them on the soil. See if I can see a little boost in the.
Yeah, 100%. You can use yogurt. You can put some beer on there. Like, there's all kinds of stuff you can put on your soil that just contributes to the soil,
Yogurt
basically.
to buy.
Um,
Cheers, by the
I
way,
want
folks.
to make like cannabis mead,
Pardon?
cannabis mead, like the beer
Oh,
or honey beer.
um, well, I guess you can ferment anything theoretically, but there's no real like sugars in cannabis. You know what
Well,
I
I
mean?
think if I
So
would
there's
have
nothing
added
to
with the
really
honey,
ferment. Pardon?
I was thinking since mead's honey based, I could I could start the honey and put the cannabis in the water and honey
Oh, I got you.
and let it do whatever it does.
Fucking try it, dude. Holy shit. Uh, anyone in the chat that knows how to make mead, tell them how to do it properly, because fuck, that'd be a great experiment. Um, I just honestly think like, well, okay, what I was about to say is not right because you can obviously use weed for edibles and stuff, but I'm like, I think a lot of people want to shoehorn weed into every single part of their lives, and I'm like, you don't need weed infused fucking bone broth or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, not everything has to be medicated. You know what I mean? But I don't know. I guess I shouldn't poo-poo people. I shouldn't gatekeep, but I do find it a little bit idiotic that people try to do like literally every single fucking thing has to have weed. I'm like, why don't you just smoke it? You know what I mean? Like
Um,
it's perfectly well when you smoke it. Why don't you just do that instead of all these other things? I don't know.
I'm making RSO this week too.
That's cool.
Um, I don't know. I just noticed that alcohol does pretty good on social media. All of them.
Alcohol does? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
No, there was a joke on what was it? True movie previews. Oh, fuck, I can't think of the channel right now, but it's this channel that basically does satirical movie previews, and it was a video about Megalopolis, which is Francis Ford Coppola's brand new movie. Anyway, there's this one section he just made a joke. He was like, "Oh, when celebrities figured out that they could make more money from alcohol brands than they could from movies," and he shows like Cameron Diaz and all these fucking. And it's true, like George Clooney made like half a
Everyone has
billion
one.
dollars from his fucking tequila company that he doesn't fucking drink tequila. Jesus fucking, or maybe he drinks tequila. What does George Clooney know about fucking tequila? Ryan Reynolds made some lunatic amount of money from his
Gin.
bourbon company that was in Portland. I mean, yeah, gin or whatever. Again, what does Ryan Reynolds know about fucking gin? But yeah, they made bank
It
off
was
these
the
fucking alcohol
aviator
companies.
gin.
Pardon? Yeah, aviators. That's what it was. It was okay gin, honestly. I'm not gonna talk shit about it, but
You can't
gin
fuck
is not
gin
a
up.
complex drink to make, to be honest.
You
Yeah.
can't really make that bad of gin.
Yeah, right. That would be something if you were the shitty gin company. That would be
Yeah,
fun.
like there are shitty gins out there, but I think it's just produced shitty.
Yeah, probably. They use the angry botanicals or some shit. Holy cannoli, Dabby J is saying Cape Blanco wind was clocked in at 91 miles per hour at 2 p.m. So a lot of the West Coast or Northwest is being hit by this bomb cyclone. And they were saying some parts of the Northwest might be hit by 12 inches of fucking rain, like a foot of rain.
Dude, people are already getting
Luckily,
snow
it
in
was quiet
places.
here. So I mean, it was raining decent here today, but it wasn't bomb cyclone. It was just like
Yeah,
that.
it's
Um,
right here.
Yeah.
Crymore got snow. I was talking to him. He's like, "Oh, we already got snow up here."
We're supposed to get snow tomorrow in
Man,
my
fuck
area.
that. I hate
We're
snow.
we're we're east of Crymore. Way now.
Thursday for us, they say.
Fuck the snow. I gotta move out to the desert by Flora.
I want to learn to light paint a picture. What a picture.
Oh yeah.
Long exposure
Hmm.
type stuff.
Be kind of challenging with your camera, to be honest.
Yeah,
But you can, I mean, you can probably do long exposures, but yeah,
I'm
there's
gonna
a
upgrade
limit to
before I
stuff you
really.
can do. Yeah, I would say uh the kind of stuff you're talking about, you're gonna want honestly to get mirrorless, like a Sony A7 or whatever the fuck. It doesn't have to be a Sony, it could be a Canon, right? I like Canon.
I was looking
Could
at
be a
Canon.
Nikon. Nikon actually makes really solid cameras. Their value is actually exceptional lately. Nikon used to be somewhat more expensive than Canon. Canon, believe it or not, was a little bit on the cheaper side of the Nikon, Sony, Canon kind of trifecta. But these days, Nikon is basically on the lower end of that, essentially. Even their pro camera, like their Pro, I can't think of the name of it, the Z9 or whatever the fuck. It's only like 5 grand or something, which is a lot, obviously, but it's $2,000 less than the Canon. It's like $4,000 less than the Sony was, although Sony I think now has a cheaper one. But anyway, it was a super solid fucking camera. And then Nikon obviously has much cheaper ones like the Z6, Z6 II, I think it is now.
Um,
Super solid cameras.
I'm used to shooting like my buddy's got a big ass Canon, and I love it. I like how it's got the battery grip and everything.
That's what he said.
So it's like he uses it for weddings and stuff. I had a 50 millimeter on it, and I really like how it like felt moving around and taking the pictures. So I've been looking at Canons lately, but I seen a Sony. I was thinking about came with 3 lenses. Should have pulled the trigger, but I gotta. My mind's. I gotta go to Maine next weekend, and
Another thing to remember with cameras, really with any kind of gadgetry, but cameras are really famous for this, is that you can convince yourself that you need basically anything. And there's even a word for it. It's called GAS, a gear acquisition syndrome. I guess the acronym is GAS, but the expression is gear acquisition syndrome. And what it is uh, it's not just the lust for something, it's you convince yourself that you especially need this one particular camera or this one particular lens, and somehow in your brain you're like, oh, my photography would just get so much better if I just. And there's always a new whatever it is, right? If it's a new camera or a new lens or new fucking flash head or what, and people don't usually get excited for flashes, but you know what I mean? Like there's always some piece of gear that, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And before you know it, you have $25,000 in shit and you got 15 Pelican cases and whatever, and none of it gets used, right? Like this is a very common thing for photographers, videographers, audiophile people, you name it, anyone that fucks with gadgets. So you have to kind of resist. You really do. You have to resist the temptation because it's a positive feedback loop to buy those things. And so that's one of the difficult parts of it. It's a little bit like gambling. When you're good at
yeah,
gambling, it can be really bad for you because I think when people are bad at gambling, they don't probably develop actually I can't say this for sure, but my hypothesis is that you probably don't develop the gambling addictions if you're terrible at gambling because the first 10 times you go out, you just lose all your money and you're like, oh, I suck at this, and you leave. But if you're actually okay at it and then you fucking win some money, then it reinforces you, oh, this is something great. This is something wonderful. And when you do buy a new lens, yeah, you can do new things with that lens. You suddenly have a whole new field of view. If you buy a wide angle lens, suddenly you can take wide angle pictures. If you buy a fisheye, suddenly you can take fisheye images. If you buy a super long zoom, holy shit, you can see birds now. And so it's this positive reinforcement that does tell you, oh fuck, I was right. I all I needed was this $15,000 lens. And so, like I say, you can basically convince yourself to go broke with this like constant grass is greener perspective of trying to always get new gear. And the most important thing I think for a lot of photographers is literally to hold back and to just kind of think, all right, What do I actually need? What will actually improve my photography? And that's when you start to see, okay, I've reached the limits of my device. For example, this is the thought process that will work or will help you instead of just thinking, oh, if I only. You get to the point where you're like, okay, my camera now is holding me back for the specific, you're talking yourself, right? You're like, for the specific reason that I can't blah blah blah. It doesn't have good high ISO performance, so I can't take pictures in dark environments. For example, if I'm going to clubs or something, or your friend is taken, your friend has glass shows. Well, your studio is probably not very well lit, so taking pictures, you're probably gonna have to shoot at high ISO. Or you're going to have really large aperture lenses. Well, you don't have large aperture lenses yet. So you're like, oh, fuck, my camera cannot take high ISO images. All right, that's a very tangible reason to upgrade. Likewise, your camera, you cannot put a new lens on there. That's a really good reason to upgrade, et cetera, et cetera. You'll go through it. You'll go through a list in your head.
The camera I have, I
Cost of
can
this
change
fucking
that.
camera. I need to buy a new camera now. That's a good time to buy a new camera, not just, oh shit, I think I would be able to take wonderful pictures with a R5, with a Canon R5 II. You can really convince yourself. It's very easy to convince you would be able to.
So I'll say the price they wanted for this Sony, it was the A61, maybe. It was 24.8 megapixels, but the price she wanted for it, it came with three lenses. It came with a Sony 70 millimeter to 300. I think it came with one of Sony's expensive 50 millimeter 1.8 lenses, and then it came with the same lens I have on my camera right now, 16 to 50. And the price she was charging was, you were pretty much getting lenses for free.
That's cool.
I really should have and the cool thing is the lenses are interchangeable with the camera I have now too. So like, yeah, it was such a good price, but I got some stuff cooking up in my head to make some more money. So we'll see how it works out. It sold like it sold like that. I saved it.
That's the thing. If it's a good deal, it's going to sell real quick. Yeah.
I saved it, and I looked back when I woke up. I was last night. I woke up. It was already pending.
Oh, if it's like Craigslist or something, yeah, you can't sleep on that shit. No, no. If it was a good deal, because a lot of times people just want to get rid of something. Like I've said this before, probably not probably, for sure, my most used lens, my 100 millimeter macro, basically. I picked it up on Craigslist, essentially, from essentially a former photographer, basically, a former professional photographer who was giving it up, basically, not completely, but for the most part, and definitely didn't need the macro lens anymore because they used to be like basically a wedding photographer, and I think they were completely shifting to other photography, so they no longer had to take pictures of rings and stuff, right? So they just didn't need that lens. I bought the thing for like 450 bucks. Crazy good. Like they easily could have charged me 650, $700. I could basically sell the lens for more money now than I bought it for because it's still probably worth $900, $850. But guess what? They got a great deal because I went cash in hand. I was happy to buy the lens. It's been my most freaking used lens for several years now, on and on. It was a great deal, right? And instead of, for example, a lot of times that lens, when it's on Craigslist, fuck, it sits for weeks. People will post it for $800 and it'll sit there for weeks and weeks and weeks. And they probably don't sell it because the 100 millimeter macro is a pretty unusual lens for people to really be like, oh, I wonder, I need to get myself a 100 millimeter macro. That's a good example of a lens that you know that you want before you buy it, usually. Which is actually a shame because it's actually a really versatile lens.
I really, yeah. I'm kind of sad because I thought my camera had like what's the word? You can attach a flash to it, like
A flash shoe or what?
yeah, it doesn't have the thing on top, the shoe for flashes. It's older.
I still have a flash sync port though.
Does it? I got an HDMI mini port and I got a micro USB port on it.
No, neither one of those. I mean, there are flashes that will work with those, but A lot of cameras, but you'd be surprised. A lot of cameras still do have a flash sync port somewhere. So I would look in there. It might be a really weird little, it might be a
Okay.
round thing. Anyway, it might not have it.
I'll take a look.
Yeah.
I do like the Canon though. It felt I got bigger hands and stuff. The Sony's are really small, really really small.
Yeah, the Sony ergonomics are not good. I know that a lot of, I mean, okay, if you like it, you like it. There's no reason to criticize it. But in my
It's
opinion,
lightweight.
those ergonomics are very poor. Um, I don't know that they're lightweight necessarily because they're still metal, like magnesium bodies and stuff. They're pretty heavy cameras, especially with the lens and stuff. They're still pretty heavy cameras, but maybe they're a little bit lighter than the, like I don't know what camera your friend has. If it's the,
It's not mirrorless. I
you
think it's
remember
a full.
which? Oh, it's a DSLR.
Yeah, a full
For
frame
example,
one.
probably the EOS one or something, or was
Yeah,
it the EF? Fuck, I can't think of it anymore. Whatever, it doesn't really matter anymore. The old DSLR one series. That's a heavy fucking camera. But the funny thing is that it's built so strong that you can literally like hammer things with it. You can hammer nails into a wall with it. It's really crazy, crazy overbuilt. Um, fuck was I gonna say? The ergonomics though are spectacular on that camera. Like all the full grips. Basically, that's Nikon and Canon's claim to fame. And arguably, this is as I say this as a Canon guy. Basically, all my gear basically is Canon. Nikon probably has a little bit better ergonomics. Like their ergonomics, Canon is exceptional, and Nikon is probably exceptional plus because like if nothing else, they have Canon's actually improved this. They've added a few buttons as patents have expired but because Nikon had these patents where the on button was literally your forefinger, which very logical, right? Like if you're going to basically turn on your camera with a right-handed grip, having it on your fucking forefinger is pretty logical. Well, Canon had it on the other side in many cases. Now they've redesigned it and actually it's on the right side for your thumb and shit. But
I showed
like
you the back of the
aperture
camera.
and shutter speed was basically this for a Nikon, which is like the easiest possible motion you can have. What was that? Oh yeah, that's the EOS 1D Mark something or other. Yeah. Super camera.
It's
Literally
pretty.
you can
It's
take
pretty
it to the
heavy.
Olympics. Beautiful camera. Yeah,
He
beautiful.
loves it. He has two. I think he's got two of them. He has a belt. This kid's he shoot.
Yeah.
He has a lot of photography. That's like his main job. He has a belt with like clips that the cameras hang from when he's shooting
Mm,
weddings and stuff. It's so cool.
that's fun.
He's a small guy too. I'm like, dude, that I don't know how you're not
Oh,
fucking
there's
dead
tons of
after.
there's one of my favorite photographers to follow on YouTube, Vanessa Joy. She's this not super petite, but fairly petite woman that carries these full size, EOS 1. That was basically her camera for many years. Lately, she's been shooting with like an R2 or an R5 rather. Then she switched to the R3, and I think probably now she'll probably go back to the R1 now that it's been released. But anyway, like you see her arms, and you're like, how the fuck? But she's able to do it. She probably does aerobics and everything. Another photographer that I really like on YouTube, Lindsay Adler, she usually shoots with either like an ES1 or whatever, and she actually is like legit petite. She's probably 4'10" or something. But uh, first of all, you get used to it. It's really not that heavy. Like the whole camera with lens is only 5 or 6 pounds. So I mean, it's really not all that much. It's a lot to get used to at first. So for example, like a day of shooting a wedding, like you're gonna get fucking super tired. But if you got used to it, you can do it. It's not that big of a deal.
I don't know. I guess I've always had mirrorless cameras that are smaller form fits.
Um, well, I don't know. The no, you probably just had point and shoot. I guess you're getting the names wrong. The mirrorless versus a mirrored camera would be like the interchangeable lenses. The weight difference is not really that significant. So, for example, the EOS R1 versus your buddy's EF or what's it called? The EOS 1D Mark, whatever the fuck. It's literally probably the same weight, honestly, because removing the mirror box maybe a quarter pound. I mean, I guess if we looked it up, maybe there is a small difference, but I doubt it's much.
Um,
John saying he's got a legendary camera. He's got a Nikon D750. It's awesome. I'm not a pro or anything though with it, but it's a beautiful camera. Wonderful, wonderful camera. Many people say that the D750 is that the one I'm thinking of. I'm pretty sure that's the one I'm thinking of.
So
Best DSLR ever made.
I just
I
use
think
my
it's
phone.
gorgeous camera. Holy shit! It's only $800. See what I mean? Who was talking?
so the Sony Alpha A5000 came out in 2014. It's 13.7 ounces.
Thank you.
It's a mirrorless camera. And then I have some point and shoots that are obviously
Okay,
different.
Sony, hold on. So Sony
A5000.
Gotcha. So when I think that camera, it is technically a mirrorless camera, but I think that's more that they kind of marketed that way because this is really basically just a point and shoot style camera. When you think of an actual mirrorless camera, you're talking about because every point
Those
and
are
shoot is
interchangeable
point
lenses.
and shoot. Oh, those are interchangeable?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah. All the
that is correct.
alphas. So all the alphas and all the next are interchangeable lenses. Sony does
Okay.
have some point and shoot still, but they're not many. Like
Gotcha.
Olympus does a lot of the point and shoot. Nikon's got a bunch of point and shoot still.
Gotcha.
But the Sony kind of veered away from that. They just started to sell the mirrorless. They call them mirrorless interchangeables.
Oh, all right. I stand corrected. Fuck was I gonna say? Those are definitely lighter cameras for sure. And those are gonna be way lighter than what are the new Sonys, like the Sony Alphas? No, those are all Sony Alphas. Sony Alpha 7s, for example. So when I think of a mirrorless camera, this is what I'm thinking of. Alpha.
So yeah, watch.
Like these style cameras is what I'm thinking of when I think of mirrorless. A7 III, A7 IV, shit like that.
Yeah. That's their Alpha series.
Yeah.
They actually have different mounts. That's the Alpha mount compared to the E mount.
Hmm.
So yeah, this is my lens. It's a
And E mount is APS-C. Is that right?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So what lens is this? This is the 16 to 55. 3.5 to 5.6. And then I want to get a 50 mil too. But I actually looked up what you were saying. The chart for the focal equivalent of the APC. And they say like 31 millimeters is equivalent to 50 on this.
Right.
Something like that, close.
Right.
So I did look that up.
Basically, what Smash is saying for people who are not following is that he's got an APS-C sensor, which is a smaller sensor than a full frame sensor. A full frame sensor refers to it's kind of an antiquated way of looking at it now, but it used to be a 35 millimeter negative image. So what a regular 35 millimeter camera would expose was basically the full 35 millimeter image, which is 3.5 millimeters by 2 point something millimeters. I can't remember what the exact measurements are. But anyway, whatever measurements that are, that's what counts as a full frame sensor now. It's the equivalent of that old film image, basically. Well, the APS-C sensor is smaller than that sensor. And same thing, micro four thirds. There's all these different, many sensor mounts, and most of them are smaller than the 35 millimeter. It's very rare that something is larger than that. There are a couple cameras that are, excuse me, Fuji, Hasselblad both have a couple cameras that are larger format. Phase One has a true large or a true medium format, but it's very, very rare because they're exceptionally expensive. Like the Phase One that I just talked about is like the back for it is like $35,000. So it's for pros only, rich people only, stuff like that.
Someone's selling a crazy black magic setup camera. I think it's black magic.
What's crazy about it?
It's just expensive. Like, hold on, let me see if I can find it. How much were they charging?
For what it's worth, Black Magic is cheap for what you get, basically. Like it's notoriously the
Oh yeah,
hardware
right
is
here.
notoriously cheap for what you get. Not in a bad way.
I thought this was actually a good deal. The Black Magic Pocket Cinema Camera 6K resolution, $1,100. Looks like it's new in box.
Brand new, they're like $3,000-4,000. So if it's in decent shape, that could actually be a screaming deal. I don't know what generation it is because they've had a couple generations of that
I can
camera.
show you.
Black Magic cameras are solid. Black Magic is from Australia. They make one of the most popular editing suites now, DaVinci Resolve, that is famously
Yeah, it actually
for the
says
almost full
includes
version.
DaVinci Resolve Studios on
And
it.
you get DaVinci Resolve the Pro version with the camera. You might still be able to actually that might be well, no, it's only like a couple $100, I think the license cost. The full version of DaVinci Resolve is only like $250. But if you buy a DaVinci camera, you get the full version for free, which is a really nice benefit.
So
I have Final Cut, so basically I've stuck with Final Cut. I don't really need to learn
it's
something
funny
else.
that there's a Canon lens right next to it.
No, it's not funny because it's a Canon mount.
Really? That's cool.
Just switched, I think, mounts. I think the newest mount is something different, but I won't swear to that. But for the longest time, Black Magic and Red both were Canon EF mount, and Red was licensing autofocus technology from Canon, and Canon was getting internal camera raw technology or patent forgiveness basically from Red in the process. So by the way, actually one reason to invest in Nikon in the future is that Nikon just bought Red. I don't know
Did
if
they
you
really?
yeah, they just bought the Red cinema company,
I
which
didn't
I think
read
is a
that
really
yet.
good
That's
thing,
crazy.
honestly. Yeah,
That's a big acquisition.
not really. They bought the whole company for like 70 million. Now Red is a super small
Mhm.
company,
Yeah, but
but
I mean,
they're really
as
niche.
in, they're like one of the powerful cameras for videographers, right? Like that's like pro.
Definitely, yeah, pretty highly used in Hollywood and stuff like that, 100%. And Nikon had no history really with cinema. Like they've made a few cinema lenses over the years, but just haphazardly, really here and there when they were asked specifically to make something, and they
Doesn't
never
Nikon make their
delved
own
into it.
glass?
Pardon?
Doesn't Nikon make their own glass for
Yeah, no,
everything?
they're all about optics, actually. They're one of the few companies in the world that really is like just an optical company. Like Canon, for example, does all kinds of shit like printers and
Yeah, every you can get a Canon
microscopy,
everything.
and they're gigantic, actually one of the dominant forces in chip design, chip printing and stuff. They've got some of the competing machines from the not TSMC, the ASML, what's the Dutch company that makes the lithography machines? ASML, I think is what it's called. Anyway, Canon also makes those same machines, whereas Nikon, they pretty much just make fucking optics, basically. That's just all they make is just goddamn glass and optics and shit. Um, so I think it's actually a really good thing that they're in cinematography now because I think if nothing else, their cameras have always been exceptional. Their lenses are legendary, honestly, and I think having wasted all their lenses on just never taking any cinema freaking kind of style photographs, I think is stupid. I think they should have been using Nikon lenses all these years. So anyway, it would be really fun. Nikon famously in their Nikon F mount, they basically have huge backward compatibility through almost all of their lenses through their history. So in theory, if you had like one of those Nikon Z6s or a Nikon Z9 or whatever, and it was like red enhanced or whatever the fuck, I don't know what their plans are, but I hope that that's what their plans are. You could technically use this entire army of lenses that maybe you got from
Oh
your
shit,
grandpa
they're
or
red.
whatever. Like a friend of mine growing up, a good friend of mine, he inherited his grandfather's F1, F2, F. There's like several different F cameras and like 20 fucking lenses. What is this? The Red Raven. That's an old camera though. Red Raven cinema camera, only 131 hours.
Got the EF mount, so it's Canon, right?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, for a long time they were EF mount. Yeah. Um, they would sell them sometimes in PL mount, but a lot of times the Reds were in EF mount. And like I say, Black Magic, I think they may have switched mounts, but they're up
What
until
the fuck
recently.
is this? Red digital cinema brain camera with Gemini 5K.
Yeah, you don't want that. That's too much. That's too much bullshit.
You're gonna have to explain it to me. I don't even know what the fuck
The
this
brain
thing
was, yeah, no, Reddit basically, they're Red, not Reddit. They tried to, what is that? They're just showing all, that's a Sigma lens. They're just showing all kinds of stuff there. That's the battery chargers. That's just the light box. Oh, that's the focus puller. Okay, that's the camera right there. Yeah, so the brain itself, the way they were doing it was they basically were upcharging the fucking ass out of every possible accessory and everything, which in all fairness, everybody else does too. Like Ari stuff charge it's like crazy prices. Like the viewfinder, granted, it's a very nice viewfinder, but it's literally like 20,000 fucking dollars. It's crazy.
Jesus.
Yeah, the prices are just next level basically for all
Wow.
the cinema stuff. But Red was notorious for it. They would charge you for the Red branded handle and the Red branded battery and the Red branded fucking hard drives and the Red branded this and that and the other thing. And a lot of times they would lock out other, they've stopped doing that, but they locked out other manufacturers and stuff. So yeah, you'd buy the camera for $35,000, but before you can actually shoot the fucking thing, it's another $100,000 in goddamn accessories. So the brain was the main camera and sensor, and then everything else was the battery and the fucking viewfinder and the lens mount and then the lens and on and on and on and on. So anyway,
This guy's got every fucking red. I got a red helium, red Gemini, red Komodo, red
either a
Scarlet.
rich kid or a cinematographer, for sure.
It'd be
Damn.
cool. It'd be cool to buy one of those.
Yeah, that's easily a couple $100,000 sitting on the shelf.
I honestly, shit. If I was gonna spend $1,000, I'd probably buy like that deal on the Black Magic or something crazy.
1,000, did you say?
Yeah, it's 1,100 for that Black Magic we were looking at.
That's what I'm saying. With one of those the black magic, that's different. The black magic might actually run. The reds are famous for breaking down just right and
Oh
left.
shit!
So you don't really want to get an older red and hope for the best. That's not going to work out.
Don't take the Reds, man.
That's it. The reds are coming. Here's a story you'd like, Smashed. Wu-Tang Clan's
Okay.
Raekwon debuts Hashtoria cannabis dispensary in Newark.
I'll go check it out. In 2020, the ice
Four
cream.
corner sector of downtown Newark.
Wait, hold on. In 2021, the ice cream. What?
MC. The Ice Cream MC co-founded the Astoria Brand Collective alongside Charlemagne the God, Bakari Sellers, and Jed Canty, with its first locations launching in Oregon. The state boasts a rich cannabis industry compared to the state of New York, making it an ideal starting point for someone of Raekwon's caliber to launch such an initiative. No, I'm embarrassed. I've never seen Astoria. I wonder. Oh, that's what it is. They're in Astoria, Gladstone, and Springfield. All right, I'll have to next time I'm in Astoria, I'll have to go check out Astoria.
I don't know who the ice cream MC is. That's what I was like. Everyone else on that list I've heard of.
Oh no, that's one of his songs, probably Ice Cream. So they're saying the Ice Cream MC. They're saying he was the MC of Ice Cream. To be honest, I don't remember Rick.
I was talking about this today.
I just remember Rick going. Anyway.
My buddy's like, yeah, all the older like Wu-Tang, even the younger generation Wu-Tang affiliates, they don't really sell out shows around here. If they go to Europe, it seems like Europe has a rich, like they love American hip hop. So if there's an American hip hop show with like Capadon of Wu-Tang and stuff, they'll go. But around
It seems like
here,
I don't know, a lot of these big hip hop names sell out. I don't know. Are they not?
and not anymore. You like, I don't know. You're seeing people like Kendrick Lamar, Travis Scott sells out concerts. Like the genres have switched and the younger generation doesn't really connect with that old school rap anymore. I feel.
Fair.
I was like, dude, anytime, like if there's a Wu-Tang show, the people that are gonna buy a ticket are 30 plus in age. Everyone maybe 25 plus in age. Anyone younger than that doesn't really care about Wu-Tang, or
Hmm.
they probably don't even know, like, ever listen to them. You know what I mean? The rap's been so different for years now.
That's true. Yeah, folks are asking about Red Pill in the chat. It's true. We're missing a lot of names in the chat. I'm hoping little by little, this is of course my silly hope, but I'm hoping that little by little, when I basically move here soon, I'll be able to hopefully rebuild, my channel and all this stuff. Like I've definitely let this stuff go fallow, essentially, just about basically burn down, probably is a better metaphor. So hopefully we can rebuild it a little bit, and hopefully, get some better
I have
trajectory with the audience. It'd be nice. Fuck, we used to have 100 people watching at any given time. We used to have 20 people on the fucking panel. Like,
You're also on your smaller channel too, right? You're on the Streamer
yeah,
Doro.
but even right now, I think we're on the bigger channel. Tuesday, I think we're on the bigger channel. So
Oh,
yeah,
shit.
even on the bigger channel, it doesn't really
Yeah.
matter. But man, we got hit by so many fucking trolls and this and that. Oh, it was just, yeah. So hopefully I can rebuild something. I don't know, because it's possible no matter what I do, maybe the trolls will come back, you know what I mean? So, but hopefully we can rebuild something, because we had some really tremendous discussions, on this channel. So I don't know if we'll ever be able to recapture that exact. Excuse me. I don't know if we'll be able to recapture that exactly, but it would certainly be nice to have some vibrant discussions again. I mean, the fucking people are here, I don't think they went anywhere. So I think that we probably just don't appeal in some specific way or something. So we'll figure it out here, hopefully
You
shortly.
guys want to see some of the deals up in New Hampshire? I'm gonna go up to not New Hampshire, Maine in a couple days. I'm grabbing
For weed or for what?
yeah, weed, flower. What weed, flower? I'm dumb. Concentrates, carts, stuff like that. Um, I think we're gonna check this place out.
Ounces.
Check this out. Like these prices are good.
Max out 2.5 ounces of flour for 140, 170, 200, 250, or 300. So I guess probably different tiers.
Yeah, they got
That's my
different
guess,
tiers.
right? Okay, gotcha.
Yeah,
And so 300 is going to be top shelf flour for 2.5 ounces, or what is that going to be, do you think?
yeah. 300's like tier one,
Gotcha.
A grade.
Gotcha.
But even I was looking, the 170, even the lowers look pretty good.
Huh.
They all yeah, but it looks like the 140, 170 is work weed kind of, you know what I mean? Like machine, like maybe Cali pack type. Um, but yeah, they got a pretty good deal, like half-gram jars of oil, $70 to $100 a BHO.
Wow.
You can get live raws in tier one, 40 a gram, 425 for half. Pretty good deals. Let's see what else we got. This place is pretty good. Fractal. I've actually had their weed before. Um, but yeah, this is all the medical dispensaries out there, and it's pretty cool because like four of these places are in the same building. Lonely Bones is in the same building as Fractal. Uh, it's so weird. I can't describe it. It's a mill, an old school mill building with like eight, maybe nine different medical caregivers in there, medical dispensaries. This place is in the same spot, Prospect Hill. Oh yeah, see, 70 to $95, 14-gram baller jars. They have decent deals out there. Maine seems like the place to go for prices. Everywhere else around here is just expensive.
Yep.
Here we'll look at some flour. Give me 2 seconds. I'll pull flour up. Product.
I don't guess me.
Flower. Check
I
it out.
brought back some really fire flower from an event in Michigan, and it really didn't hit me the way I thought it would. So I passed it along to a friend of mine. Man, he called me up the next day and he says, that ounce is gone.
Yeah.
Ooh.
$360 for an ounce.
So yeah, actually, this is the tier 5. This is the 140 for 2.5 ounces right here.
I mean, I assume that's not a picture of an actual bud from the tier
Yeah,
5.
they're actually pretty good about actually taking pictures of
Oh,
the stock.
all right. That's cool.
I was looking at this Halle Berry. It looks kind of good. Yes, let me in. What the fuck? So what do they got it? $70 an ounce.
Fuck off all the way.
I think their tier 4 looks worse than their tier 1. I don't know. That's just me. Oh yeah, this is fractal. These pretty pictures right here is all fractal. Um, they know what they're doing. They take really good pictures of the weed. They actually get pretty good weed. All this is smalls, so it's probably all bottom of the plant. This is tier 3, so that's the other tier above. So this would be 250 for 2.5 ounces right here. Are you serious? I think the deals on oil are even better to a certain extent. But yeah, there's different buds. You can get whatever price range you want, really. $100 chili verde. That looks pretty good. Says it's on sale, 50% off. Same thing with the
Yeah, he
candy
don't know
store.
how to ship fucking clones.
Now and later, $100. Yeah, everything's about $100. Here, give me 2 seconds. We'll pull up oil.
I got my
really
boxes in Thailand. They were totally soaked.
I'm the only one that really cares about oil. Well, actually, Flora dabs and stuff too. So let's see. Let's see.
I move it.
Concentrates.
Michigan's great
Folks, we
for,
have a
80 to $100 ounces.
folks, we have a poll in the chat. You guys are welcome to vote there. Obviously, good opportunity to say hello in the chat too. Vote in the poll, and then of course, by all means, say hello and introduce yourself if you're interested in doing so. You don't have to introduce yourself by all means. But the question is, it's from Love for the Plant. It was an excellent question. He's asking, are you testing for hop latent viroid or other pathogens? I added that part in your home grow, home garden. You can interpret it, of course, as you like. If you're a little bit bigger garden or something, by all means, include yourself in the question. The point really is to ask, are you testing for hop latent or potentially other pathogens in your home garden? So far, the results are interesting. We have 13 votes. 15% say yes, so probably 1 or 2 people say yes. 46% say no. So far, that's winning. Thought about it, mega lazy though, 8%, so maybe 1 vote right there. And fuck all the way off is 31%. So folks, don't forget to vote on that one. Of course, it's all for fun, so you don't have to.
Oh, I'm actually looking. I was maybe thinking of buying this.
Fish and Grow. Oh, cheers, Fish and Grow NZ. We haven't seen you in a while. He's saying, what the fuck, 80 to 100 for an ounce? Jeez, it's like $400 an ounce here.
Otter Pop. I was looking at Otter Pops. Pie dough is supposed to be really good.
400.
I do have to admit, though, those are medical card only places and events. So you do need a medical card to get in. But if you have one from California or one from Ohio, Michigan
Yeah,
is a
they take
reciprocating
any
state.
medical card, which is dope. Any
Yeah,
medical card.
California used to be like that too.
I was looking at a certain one. Look, $40 the eighth for cereal milk batter. There's a certain one I was looking for. Green Truck's supposed to be one of the better brands out there. They have a lab on site and everything.
There was a sour cheese that I wish my friend was going to buy, but he ended up going with Cushman's because his woman wanted that.
Oh, nice. Christmas is fire.
Yeah, but the sour cheese, yeah, that one when I opened up the jar, I almost wanted to buy it. I
I don't
asked him, I
think
go, "Do you have
I
any
should
of
go
the
to the
flour of
dispensary.
this? I'll buy like a pound of it."
Hop on, folks. Join the conversation. We'd love to see some new faces or see some faces we haven't seen in a while. Hardcore, by the way, says he's been busy working. But folks, we'd love to see some folks. We'd love to see some of your gardens. We'd love to hear from hear about what you guys are working on, whatever.
How much you
Maybe
giving
on
her for?
maybe on Saturday night, one of these Saturday nights, I'll get fumulated owl on.
Hmm.
He used to
Stimulated
do and
owl.
still does, yeah, fumulated owl. He does mainly auto flowers, but he's from across the pond now living here in Ohio, and he does basically living soil. So he's got a very interesting story. I met up with him last week and we exchanged some flour because he made the comment that, he's been in Ohio for over a year and no one has smoked any Ohio strains with him. So I went down and I shared and we did a little trade back and forth, and he ended up giving me quite a few different things that I still have yet to get to. A little sample pack there. Here's one of his packs he gave me. Then he did a Marathon OG. Yeah, these are autos, but hey,
I mean, hey, who
it
are
was
these
cool.
authors?
It was cool to meet up with him, though. We had been talking for a couple years. And then the guy tonight that I was talking to, I offered, hey, why don't you come on and tell your story? The show, we can get you on the show. It's kind of open. And he's that old type of grower that says, nope, no, thank you. But,
Yeah, it'd be nice to talk to some folks that've been doing it for a while. It's really, I think it's actually a very common um, motivation, especially when you see a lot of the kind of personalities in cannabis. I think a lot of the quiet old timers that especially knew what it was like to keep very, very quiet because of the law and stuff. A lot of them don't like the way things are blowing. I half the time I find myself not liking the way things are blowing and the personalities and stuff. So it's not super hard to understand why people kind of keep to themselves. It is though disappointing because when those kinds of folks keep to themselves, the only people that are left are the ones that they got annoyed by. You know what I mean? So that has a very negative. What was I talking about with cameras? There's a positive reinforcement when you take lots of photos, but when you basically when the scene when all that's left is the douchebags, it has the negative reinforcement basically on anyone in the community. So I don't know. I think that a lot of those old timers should spend more time coming out and telling us not how it is, because I think a lot of times they overestimate their skill level, candidly. I think a lot of the growing technology really has developed, honestly, in the last 20, 30 years in subtle ways, honestly. But I think that growers now are able to perform a lot better than they were 20, 30 years ago. But still, it would be lovely to hear how things were. It'd be lovely to hear some of the stories of those times. And those stories die with the people involved. And I think those people don't realize what a loss that is to mankind. Anybody who's lost a parent or their, grandparents or something realizes what a fucking period on the end of that story is. There's never going to be a time that you're going to get information from them again. You're never going to hear a story again. You're never going to learn how it was again. It's the end, right? And the same thing happens with these old time growers. Like a lot of these times when they're gone, that'll be the end of everything they knew. And that's deeply sad, honestly. It would be nice to be able to share our oral tradition just like every other part of mankind is able to share our oral tradition. Like there are stories, legit, one of the oldest stories in mankind is about the seven sisters. It's actually the same myth that Subaru named themselves after, the Pleiades constellation, basically. You used to be able to see eight sisters, but that was like fucking 60,000 years ago. And 70 or 50,000 years ago, both the star cluster and I think our solar system started to migrate in such a way that you could only really see seven sisters anymore. But on the West Coast, actually around the world, I think in the Aborigines, but especially up and down the West Coast, there are Native American tribes that still talk about the eight sisters, I guess it is. I think I'm getting that story right. But anyway, the gist of it is we have these incredibly old oral traditions that have been passed down about constellations and all this fucking shit. And yet with weed, it's a fucking black hole because everybody just kept to themselves, shut their fucking mouth, died with the information in their fucking head and nowhere else. It's deeply sad. We should honestly be able to share some of these stories. Okay, it's not as important maybe as the constellation Pleiades, but still it's fucking something. The stories about how these strains were created, the stories about smoking a doobie with Marilyn Monroe on a fucking rooftop or some shit. Like those stories deserve to be told, honestly. And it's a deep shame that some of these old timers keep to themselves. And yeah, it is what it is. Or they're raging fucking assholes. I guess you can't help that, but that's its own problem. Oh shit, we got something deleted. What got deleted? I think we got an accidental deletion. Test nugs, don't panic. I think we got a butt deletion. At least I can't tell what. Hold on. Why won't it let me? Yeah, I think it was just an accidental deletion. God damn it, I wish I could get rid of this cough. What were we just talking about?
Hey, Fumi,
Go for it.
I think Tess Love for the Plants accidentally blocked or kicked Test Nugs out of the chat permanently
Uh-oh.
by accident.
Unhide user on this channel. You're right. I think he just got banned. All right. I think he's been hit.
Oops.
All right. Let's not do that. All right. I think you're back, Test Nugs.
There he is. I didn't even realize he was gone.
Nice. What? What happened? I was smoking my fucking doobie. Now I want to know what I think I got that wrong with the Seven Sisters. Hold on, where are we at here? No. Is it Seven Sisters? I'm reading the myth. See, if you folks would hop on here, you wouldn't have this dead air. We could be listening to you talk about your garden. We could be listening to you talk about whatever the fuck.
I'm high as fuck tonight.
Nice. Oh, so the cluster Pleiades is known as Subaru in Japan. So that makes sense why the fucking name Subaru. Ah, here it is. So it wasn't eight sisters, it was seven sisters, but you can only see six. That's what it is. Uh, so I mean, it's a myth with the indigenous Australians from 50 fucking thousand years ago, Celts, Hawaiians, you name it. Everybody in North America, you name it. Everybody basically had these myths.
Aloha.
Earliest known depiction of the Pleiades is likely a northern German Bronze Age artifact known as the Nebra sky disk. Where is that? I've seen a replica of that. I don't think I saw the original, but I've seen a replica anyway. Dated to approximately 1600 BC, so it's 3600 fucking years ago. The Babylonian star catalogs name the Pleiades Mul, I guess, meaning stars, literally star star, and they had the list of stars along the elliptic. Sorry, I'm just randomly babbling now. Uh, as noted by scholar Stith Thompson, the constellation was nearly always imagined as a group of seven sisters, and their myths explain why there are only six. Sometimes scientists suggest that these may come from observations back when Pleione, a binary star, was farther from Atlas and was more visible as a separate star as far back as 100,000 years ago. So that's the punchline right there, basically, that one of the binary stars in this constellation, they used to be slightly canted so you could see both stars, and now they're canted so that it looks like one fat star. So it's six sisters instead of seven. Basically, is what it is. I got the myth wrong. Sorry about that. But the part that fascinates me is that there's this oral tradition that's 100,000 years old, literally around the world, with the Aborigines, with Native Americans in on the West Coast, on and on and on. I guess on the West Coast, people weren't here 100,000 years ago, but I remember reading, for example, there are traditions of when Crater Lake is a super famous uh, geological feature, I guess you could say, in Oregon. It's a caldera. Basically, it was a volcano that blew its top and then filled with water. And it's this beautiful lake, basically, this crystal clear lake. And they call it Crater Lake, basically, in Oregon.
That is pretty
Must see
cool.
or come to the West Coast. Oh, it's absolutely beyond gorgeous.
And you can actually swim in it?
Pardon?
And you can actually swim in this?
That's what they call your
Uh,
mom too.
You can. They have some special rules about it. You can only carry stuff down to the lake, so you can't bring anything with a motor or anything like that. And you physically have to carry. So, like, if you have, you technically, I think, could bring a canoe, but you have to physically carry it down to the water. They have some other rules too, but they're trying to preserve the lake basically.
That's
But
cool.
I think you can swim in it. I won't swear to that, but I'm pretty sure you can fucking swim in it. Anyway, gorgeous, gorgeous, and you can hike all the way around it. It's absolutely gorgeous.
Wow.
I've never heard anyone that went there say anything other than like 10 out of 10, 11 out of 10, because it's really so special. Well, it blew its top like 15,000 years ago, a long, long, long time ago. I think in the middle of the last ice age. Well, wouldn't you know it? There are oral traditions from the Klamath Indians that were in that area that remember it basically blowing its fucking top all those years ago. And they've passed those down generation after generation after generation after generation. And here, so easily, we have YouTube. We could be talking to our old timers from people who were growing 40, 50 years ago and hearing their stories. And instead, we basically don't because they keep to themselves. Well, that is what it is. Tell your friends, folks. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I let Coot. I used to let Coot just talk. I don't know how many
So
grudges
this is
I had,
what
but it
I'm
was
buying.
basically all of the fucking grudges. But I used to let him talk because I was like, who else can we have that can talk about the old times, 40 years ago. Da, da, da. He used to tell stories about, well, at least I heard some. I don't remember if he said it on the air or not, but he used to tell stories about how he and his wife used to grow weed in fucking fields, like in fucking fields way back when. And the guys with very strong Italian vowel names basically would fly in on a private jet and would pick up the fucking weed and then fly away. Like you can't buy those stories. But
So yeah, tier
anyway.
5, tier 5.
So tier five is bad or good?
That's the 140 for 2.5. Tier 4. Let's see. Let's see. See, the tier 4 doesn't look like they give a fuck about it. Tell me not. It looks like popcorn bullshit.
Chat.
All of it. All the tier 4 looks like that, which is
You'll
funny.
have to you'll
Yeah,
have to let us know.
I'm debating on. I might buy one tier 5 and one tier 3. So 140 and 200. Because I like, yeah, like this looks good. I would try that. I would try. Anyone ever heard of champagne patties?
No.
Looks pretty good. Icy Mac. There's some main strains out there too. I don't really know that well. Pure Michigan, that's everywhere right now.
Pure Michigan is good.
Yeah, you can get that here.
Yeah.
Rainbow Chips, Rainbow Sherb, Rude Boy. Supposedly, that's
Rude boy.
that's
It's really nice weed, but the clone was, at least for me, it did not like my garden. I guess I'll just leave it like that. But the weed is quite nice. It's a little bit sour. I really like the sourness of it.
I'm trying to get to tier 1 so we can see. Oh, this is tier 2. I want to see what tier 1 looks like. Oops, that's my misclick. Sorry, guys. God damn it, I keep misclicking. I need my mouse. I let my sister use it because hers broke. Oh, here we go. Here's the first tier 1 is animal cake. I'll
Ooh,
pull it up real quick. We'll see.
that sounds good.
That looks all right. So this
What's
would
your
be
that's funny.
$300 for 2.5 ounces.
Not bad.
Hmm. You still got one more page. Let's see what other tier 1s they got. Cherry Ghostnade, Dog Walker, Kind Guys. Kind Guys is good. They do a good stuff. Sour G, interesting, grown by Other Level Gardens.
Mm.
Garlic cocktail, grapes and cream, keep secret, pink mint, sure bonko, bacco, binko, Surebanger
Macho.
22,
Yeah, these are all
Starburst.
kind of funny. These are all basically cookies cuts. Laura be laughing.
Yeah.
They're literally all related. These are all inbred.
Mhm.
Wonka bars, mimosa. Here, now let's have a fucking quiz. Which one of these is not a cookies cross?
Which one of these
The
things
better.
aren't like
Oh,
the
you
other?
had dog walker. That one's not a cookies cross. But other than
Um,
shit, every single one is. I don't know about
I
that
think
cat
if we click
secret.
on it too, they're
Yeah, I
pretty
don't know what cat. Oh,
diligent.
cat secret is just. Oreos by jealousy. It is a
Yeah, they're pretty
another
diligent
cookies cross.
on this. They
Huh?
give the strain and stuff.
Yeah? I'm not even smoke.
Cocktail Royal Rush. I'll bet you that's a cookies cross.
GMO to mimosa.
Yeah, good GMO is a cookies cross. So there you go.
No, GMO was
Yeah,
found
the only
by
one that's not a cookies cross is
Bunkhouse,
dog
I
walker.
thought.
Oh wait, but it's dog walker by Kind Guy, so it's not even. I don't know. It's grown by Kind Guy.
Yeah, grown by Kind Guy.
Okay, yeah. So at least they have something that's not a cookies cross.
GMO, wasn't that found by that dude Skunk Master Flex or whatever?
I think you're right.
Oh, this is bred in Maine by local Chief Toka Seeds.
Oh, I know Chief Toka. He's been on the show.
Cherry
Oh,
Ghost
cool.
with lemon hash plant. I might try that.
Yeah, like Ryan was saying, I took all those shows private because the fucking trolls kept nailing my show. They were gonna take my channel off the air.
What?
Chief Toka was on the show. I want to say he was on the show like twice. He was really cool. Grower from Maine. Yeah, real nice guy.
Here, this is my. They have all like really good prices. Like this probably isn't surprising you, Fumi, but if I showed you here, actually, I'll show you the
A lot of feedback. I think maybe
dispensary.
from D.
Is that my stuff?
I don't know.
Yeah.
They're on my
Oh, I think it's from D.
yeah.
The D.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
You're
Here,
fine.
we'll show you guys the dispensary near my house, the one I could like walk to. Or one that I could like walk to.
Technically, you could walk to any dispensary in the
Yeah,
world.
that's true, but I'm saying
Take a
like
while.
if I was gonna walk 10 miles.
I would walk 500 miles.
Actually, we'll look up the best priced one, the one I go to. Dean Worcester website. All right. So this is a local one in Mass. Wait, I am
You love for the
21.
plant. Love for the plant. It's like, fuck, it wasn't me.
So if we go shop now, you can only buy an ounce at a time.
Holy shit, that wild is everywhere now. Jesus Christ, those guys will be billionaires by now.
So the deals are
Never heard of them.
Oh, they're huge in edibles. I think they started in Washington and now they're all over the West Coast. I think they're in Nevada, obviously on the East Coast now too. So yeah, they're huge.
Not
which
too.
one?
For what it's worth, they have pretty well-reviewed products. I don't remember if I've ever had one. They're like gummy. I think they make more stuff than that, but they make
Which brand?
but they're apparently wild with a Y. They're fucking everywhere now.
Oh yeah. I've seen them.
They have these kind of dodecahedron boxes. They're a weird shape.
Yeah, there's another. They actually have a new competitor on the block too. That's everywhere. I met one of the salespeople in Vegas, and they just got into the mass market when I talked to them. But they're just like the same thing. It's a cool box edible, gummy distillate edible.
It's basically the same premise as the large vodka bottles. Like a lot of people don't remember that the vodka bottles used to all be basically the same size, but I think it was oh, I don't remember now which one it was first. But anyway, there was this whole battle basically between, Belvedere and fucking what's the French one? The
Piss off. Where are you, buddy?
fuck anyway, whatever. I'm not a big vodka drinker these days. But anyway, all the
So,
different vodka brands, they basically gave themselves weird shaped bottles so that they had to be on the top shelf. So basically that created the whole top shelf category. Like there used to be always expensive scotches and bourbons and all kinds of stuff that was aged and shit, but they wouldn't put it in weird places like on the top shelf because it was a normal size bottle. They'd put it like where you actually could reach it. Well, these vodka bottles, they wanted it physically to be in like a weird, crazy location, like, luxuriously on top. So literally, they would make them too tall to fit in the shelves. So you'd put them on the top shelf. So it became top shelf liquor. It's hilarious psychology, honestly. But the wild, I think, is the same exact premise.
Hey,
Like they don't fit in a weird, like normal place. Even the like the what do they call them? The advertising pop-ups. I can't think of the word for it, but the ones that they put like by the counter, even those are kind of an odd shape, so it sticks out basically. And so before you know it, you're like,
all
oh
right.
shit, got one of
So
these.
we're at these are the specials. Fucking shake for $60 an ounce.
thanks.
Shake for $60 an ounce. Wow.
Plus you pay tax here, unless you're a med patient most of the
I'll take
time.
it for free.
Fucking
And a
shake.
lot of the better dispensaries are smart and they fucking opened up as rec. All right, let's see. I'm looking for an ounce. So I can get some chocolate OG for 110, and it's their brand, which is pretty good. This gastro pop I've actually had, it's pretty good. But you got to remember, this is $110 an ounce, and I'm paying tax 20% tax on top. So I'm paying a lot of money when I'm buying flour and mass. But yeah, look at it. Our top shelf is 270 an ounce, and it's supposedly 41%. Let's see. Pre-rolls are big around here. Like I don't mind pre-rolls. Like you'll see me buy a couple here and there when I'm out. If I
How
forgot to
much do
roll
you
up.
pay for pre-roll though?
I
It,
don't know.
if I don't have a place to roll and there's a dispensary, I could just walk in and buy like a $9, five to $9 pre-roll or something.
I've
I'll
been smoking
go
a
in.
pre.
But like here, we'll sort by price low. You can get half-gram pre-rolls for $5. Let's see. $7 for apple fritter pre-roll. But yeah, it's just way more money like in mass. Even main rec dispensaries have better deals. Like our concentrates here, it it kind of blows up my mind that they're still charging this much money for concentrates and shit. Like half-gram, $20. There's only a couple. You can't really buy baller jars. Once you like, all right, so I can get a gram of keef for $30, and then actual real oil right here, line splitter, live sugar, $38 a gram plus tax, and there's no deals. Well, I think maybe that's the deal because it's a special offer. Oh wait, price break on
See, that's the part I
3.
think where the East and West Coast are separate because the flower prices don't seem to be all that different these days, but the oil prices seem to be very different. Like a gram of sugar would probably cost $20 tops.
You can get
You know,
$100 ounces everywhere. You're not gonna find 60 to $80 good full bud ounces, really. And if you do, it's somewhere clearing out stock of something, you know.
oh, that actually honestly is low. Like I remember in California, it was more than that. I guess Oregon is probably the same, maybe. I don't remember honestly, but California, where I was buying some weed, fuck, it was kind of expensive. It was 200 bucks an ounce for kind of decent quality. That wasn't even the top shelf, honestly, that I was buying. I was like, fuck, I can't even, I can't justify $300 an ounce or something. Like, I hate buying weed. What the fuck? By the way, Jay Patrick asks some great questions. He's like, why are you so concerned with dispensaries when you're growing your own fucking ganja? Wonderful
I
question.
don't make my
For
own
growers,
oil.
that's the most amazing part. You don't have to buy your fucking weed. What were you saying?
I don't make my own oil. That's really what I
Uh,
go for is oils.
for oh, I'm so excited about my new place. I'll finally be able to put my press up again. Fuck me.
I'm about to run out of flour though. I have 1 jar left.
Mm, I'm good. Time to grow some.
I'm trying to get into flour ASAP, but I got a whole bunch of like I got 8 seedlings started right now. I got 4 big plants that I'm just gonna up pot and let grow until those little seedlings are a foot and a half, 2 feet tall, and then I'll put everything in the room.
I was debating whether to launch flower here or wait until I move. I was like, fuck, wasting time, right? And the plants are big enough and everything. So I'm like, oh, fuck, I guess I could take clones and stuff. I need the clones, honestly, but because I haven't taken clones in a long time.
I need
But
clones too. That's what I'm waiting for.
100%. But what was I going to say? Well, yeah, I'm like, yeah, if I wait, that's potentially another 2, 3 weeks or something before I start flower. Well, of course, as I always say with growers, we always live like time lords. We're like the worst version of Doctor Who, where we don't have any control over time, but we somehow live in the future and the past. So you have to basically, oh shit, I can't even begin to harvest until I start flower. So it's like, you're robbing yourself basically when you don't start it. You know what I mean? So like, oh, when do you do it here? What do you do? Trying to figure that out right now.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm reading chat. Yeah. Over here, people forget Maine, Vermont is very wooded area. And like they've been growing weed forever. Plus, Canada has been shoving weed down the East Coast for a while. Yeah. And a lot of the time, Mexican brickweed's coming up from Florida. But Mexican brickweed's not even brickweed anymore. I actually know people that still get like old school brickweed.
Crazy.
I wonder why, like, who's still thinking it's like like it must be profitable because they're still selling it, you know?
What is?
Like old school brickweed Mexican shit. There's still
Oh,
people that buy some.
no, I'm sure.
And I'm like, how do you get that nowadays? the same guy I've got it for fucking.
Same way you probably always got it, yeah.
Yeah, same guy I've had for
Bring
fucking
it over the
20
border and-
years.
100%, yeah.
I'm like, he hasn't upgraded his quality. He's like, nope, same shit.
Why change a good, or I don't even know if it's a good thing, but why change a thing? It's like, why change a thing that's working, right? Anyway, where's this
Same
one?
shit.
All right, how many moderators do we have here?
Hmm.
All right,
Sometimes, sometimes it got less stems and seeds in it.
that's right. I'll never get over Wiz Khalifa smoking stems in his fucking weed.
Oh, I found a good deal. What the fuck is happening?
Oh, good. Testnug's the same cartel is all around over here, even where he is.
He's
So-
actually going to be in Thailand.
Every time I go by this place, Captain, I think about you.
Mhm.
So this is one of my
There you
favorite.
go. A hash
dispensaries
hole of
in-
cheetah piss and GMO. That'll take you to the moon.
They got
Bud
everything.
Kilowat would enjoy that one. Holy cow. Yeah, that's right up. But I'm thinking about that. That's right up Bud's alley right there. I don't remember what he likes, if he likes the GMO, but I know he likes that cheetah piss a lot. I bet that GMO cheetah piss, if it's like GMO hash in a cheetah piss joint, fuck right off. He'd love that shit.
It is. It's 2 grams
Oh,
of cheetah piss flour with a half a gram of
Oh, yeah.
GMO rosin,
That's spectacular. Fuck
rolled by Backwoods Rolls.
yeah. That's
Grown. It's grown by this place, which they always have good ass flour.
great. Yeah. See, like I wouldn't spend 15, 20 bucks for a pre-roll, but I might spend 40 bucks for that. Like that'd
I know
be
someone that was
that'd
telling
be some
me.
blast off shit. If you're not high after that, I don't know. You need to take a tolerance break.
I was talking to someone and they said they were paying like $7 bulk prices for like hash holes. I was like, dude, I'm getting charged.
For a hash hole roll for the weed.
Yeah,
and-
like already rolled and
Wow.
everything, $7-8.
Huh? I wonder what
But
the
they're
quality
buying
of the stuff
thousands
going
of
into that is, because that's a half gram or a gram of hash alone. It has to be more than $7 or $8 if it's decent. Jesus. Yeah,
So
J. Patrick. On the bright side, it's 2.5 grams. So what would that be? A gram? Okay, a gram of top shelf would be 18. They're not going to put top shelf in a pre-roll, but they're still going to charge you for that top shelf as if it's top shelf. So basically, they're going to charge you as if it was a top shelf. They'll probably charge you like $16-17 a gram equivalent, basically, for the weed that's in the hash hole, and then the rest basically is whatever. So what is that? What did I just say?
Oh,
That's
actually,
fine,
just look at.
We're looking at now. These are completely different lollipops.
Here we go.
Actually, I want a weed lollipop.
Where are the
Anyway,
hash holes?
I was saying, that's fucking dabbling. It doesn't really matter. It's 2.5 grams of flour and a half gram of rosin.
$40 isn't too bad, I guess, for that. If they actually use
It's a
good.
little high, but I mean, like, honestly, it's retail price. Like, it's honestly not that high, to be honest.
24.
Hash holes, granted,
Uh-huh.
maybe like when Bud Kilowatt was talking about them in Vegas, they were, I think,
Oh,
4 grams of hash, but even still, they were like $100. Yeah, I've heard of people charging anywhere from $50 to $100. I've heard of people charging more, and that's not even counting, like, I guess the hash holes are kind of the new version of the Cannagars. Like I've heard of people
$8?
charging $500 for a Cannagar. Like those things are.
So this place grows their own.
Wow.
They actually have like they own a dispensary and they have their own grow off.
Oh, look at that brick hash. That's fun.
They go, yeah, they do everything. Like this is one of the better companies in Maine, to be honest.
That's cool.
I like the $8 for
Yeah, $8 grams of oil.
yeah. Or not oil, but the rosin.
20 bucks, 2 grams of some brick hash. But even the weed, these 20 bucks an eighth looks good. Like their weed always looks good. I'm trying to think of what top shelf is out here. 25, $30 an eighth.
That's cheaper than it is here. It's $40 an eighth here.
So here's some $35 eighths.
That's
So, yeah.
Canadian.
35 is the most. And then there's a deal right here for some animal mints on sale for $75 an ounce.
What? See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, their concentrate prices are hard to beat. I
Mhm.
smoke a lot of oil, but $8 a gram, I could get a whole bunch of different ones, or they bet you they have a sale on
Dude,
like
I'd be happy with $8 a gram. It's
smaller
expensive here.
jars. Oh yeah, rosin, $35. Ice water hash, $20. Ice water hash, $20. And that's motor breath rosin. That actually looks pretty good. Boston Caregiver, guava ice rosin for 40. I think $40 for a gram of rosin's fair if you're just buying one or two. I see 2-gram jars for $120 some places.
Wow.
Uh
Holy
yeah,
shit, 40 bucks.
this is all rosin. This is getting pricey, 55 up here. I bet you we keep going, it will just keep going up for rosin.
Well, like watermelon.
5 grams of BHO for $60. 65 for some banana live rosin. Helios is good. I've had their stuff. That's a lot of money though. Trees is good too, but that's
Blueberry lemonade. That sounds good. Blueberry lemonade. That's Helio.
I don't know. We can keep Fumi's, I think, stepped away, so we'll just keep cruising. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Go back. I was looking at that black maple live rosin, 3.5 grams for $80.
Must be Canadian, eh?
$100 for eighth jar. Here we're getting into some batter.
Oh, that's got.
Blue Zushi. I'm trying to look. Dude, there's still fucking a bunch of pages. Wow, there's a lot of fucking
Ounce.
shit.
125 minutes. Wow. Oh, what's that one? Cake batter. That one looks crazy.
I want to see what their fucking top shelf is. That's what I'm trying to get to. So we can get 14 grams of Captain GMO rosin for $4.50. That's not bad. Their GMO is really well grown too. I wouldn't, if I was gonna spend $300, I wouldn't. Oasis is a really good refinery, but if I was gonna spend $300 on an ounce of oil, I'm gonna spend the extra $50 and buy rosin. You know, like I don't know if any BHO is really worth $300 an ounce. I think the most expensive thing's $250 for diamonds and sauce. Oh, sorry, chat. I can't see chat. No, I can.
I'm gonna head out. We're gonna head out, I think, to Green Goddess's area soon to the reserve. Get some deals.
Yeah, a lot of people test nugs. I've noticed they like the pre rolls because they can't roll either. Yeah, they just like I can roll a joint in my palm. You know what I mean? Like I don't need anything. But not a lot of people can actually do that.
The hell, two. Welcome to two.
I think I'm gonna end up getting that Halle Berry and then I'm gonna try some uh garlic bud. What is it? I think it's garlic bud. Because I'm about to run out of flour. I have one jar left. It's a big jar. And they're all big nubs. That's the fucked up thing. It's like nubs I don't want to break apart.
Mm. Oh, let's go back to that. Mm. I couldn't do that test dogs. I couldn't roll and drive at the same time.
I can if I have to, but I won't. I'd rather pull over for a second.
Yeah. I usually get Mrs. D usually drives anyways. So
I haven't had what's RS11? Anyone remember what the cross is? Oh wait, I got it. RS11, Rainbow Sherbet 11.
yeah. Hey, you can go Oasis over there.
Uh,
Have to look that up.
what's I gonna do? Okay, hold on.
Test dog has the RS11 cut right now. He said it's killer.
I'm looking at their tier 5 weed compared to their tier 4 weed. And some of their tier 5 weed looks better than their tier 4, which is interesting. They shouldn't have 5 fucking tiers either. That's a lot. That's excessive.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of excessive. But how many different strains are there per tier?
I don't know. 5, 6.
Wow, that is a lot. No, four. Uh, that's crazy. I think we only have the couple delivery services we use is only like you go by stars. And we only have like 4 star, up to 4 star. And I don't usually look at the 1 star stuff. It's crap.
I don't know. This place seems to have the best deals right now.
We like our flowers to be like 30 minimum, almost 30%. That's right, Jack Beanstalk. Look what who was it? It was either Remo, Bubble Man, or Johnny B that said, oh, it was Remo. He looked at one of the cannabis. He's doing the liquid smash the testing. He was testing for a content for the sorry, my brain is going a 1,000 miles an hour right now. See. He was doing a judging kit and he pulled out this bud that looked like total shit. Didn't even look that good. looked like total crap. But then he smoked it, and it was like one of the best one of the best ones he tried. That's what I was trying to get out. So yeah,
Um,
over.
I wonder what's Bud doing.
I think he was in the chat earlier. I know he's on the pre-show. He's in the chat. By the way, guys, if you haven't come check me out, you can find me on my channel at dzombie_745 on YouTube, where I do a pre-show every Tuesday. It's a Tuesday night show before the Tuesday night show and the Saturday show. So check me out. And if you're new to this channel and you like this stuff, hit the like, subscribe, and the little bell to get notified when we go live. And if you feel extra inclined, if you would leave a comment in the bottom of the underneath the screen there, not in the chat, but the comment section, it helps. Thank you very much. Cheers, everybody.
Oops.
Sorry, Smash.
No, nothing.
Cheers, everybody in chat. Hope everyone's having a great Tuesday night. Hop on and come hang out with us. Need the link, just ask me. You can ask me and I can provide you with the link. Just don't be a dick. Don't show a dick. Don't show your dick. Don't be a lunatic, like Truly says. And I can't find it. There it is. The one, behold the one commandment. No dicks. Melted garlic heads. $12. What? Dabby just picked up some melted garlic heads. Like garlic, like the garlic or like a flower, like cannabis. Dabby. Can't talk right tonight, folks. Blah, 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 blah. This person relate this joint. You know, just pre-roll. No softcore is gonna come on. Yeah. Right on. Cheers, everybody. What's everybody on chat? What's everybody in chat smoking on tonight? I got some runts, space runts. There's some space runts and some super pink kush. It's a pre-roll. Testnog says RS11 gets dark as fuck after week 3. Big port, Christoph. La, la resistance. La resistance. Northern Lights number 10. I'm not a fan of Northern Lights myself. That's like German poison. I don't like German poison either. I don't like the taste of it. I don't know. Cat blueberry. Ooh, blueberry. Right on, Jack. Big forest, Christoph. You smoking the hash? Hashish, Christoph? Hashish? Yeah, P2. P2? I don't get pre-rolls. I get them free, but I don't buy them. That's what I can say. I don't like them. I'm like Smash. I'll just buy some flour and get some papers and mold it up. Ah, yes, hashish. Right on. Um, awesome. Awesome, Christoph. Crazy purple pink glow. Oh, crazy. Test dog is saying the bottom leaves have a crazy purple pink glow. Smash. Like he's still talking about that K9 or something, whatever it is. RS11.
Sorry, I'm doing something real quick.
It's all good. Yeah, yeah. If anyone wants to hop on, let me know. I can hook you up with the link. And you don't even have to show your face. You can just like put the camera backwards like that, and your face is gone. Look, see, Smash is gone now. There he is. He's back. That easy. Or just put a piece of tape over the lens. Do that one. Speaking of coffee, I should go make another cup. Thanks, P2. Pi2. Sorry, Pi2. I don't mean to butcher your name. That's some crazy script for your name. I'd like Keith, please. Now I gotta scroll back and see what Dabby. Cheers, pardon the dank. Hope you're having a great night. Yeah, what was I looking at? Dabby J was saying. Melted garlic heads. Oh, okay, Dabby J. I got you now. I had to go back and reread that. Chief, welcome James Ortiz. Hope you're having a great night. Hmm. Pardon the Tank was on the pre-show earlier. That's cool. Having hang out. 2-inch charge for a 9 white. I am smoking on. Um, I wish I gotta get a better color. Bring in black bags or something. Space runs, super pink Kush, and I got some pre-rolls. James, what are you smoking on, James? Oh, that's hardcore. That's crazy. Dude, that sounds crazy. I'm dabbing some carbon filter. Sounds like, yeah. Nice dabby, Jay. That's how I like to roll. Different strains. OG Kush is good. Nothing wrong with the classic. Shabadi. Shalom Hardcore. Yaman. Oh,
I just realized my headphones didn't go on my phone then.
what? Oh,
You got that?
no. Granddaddy Purple. Hey, GDP, Flora.
Fuck my back.
Uh, we might be still here, Hardcore. We'll see. Yeah. Anyone wants to hang out? Come on, hang out. If you don't have the link, just all you have to do is ask, and I'm in the chat, and I can provide you with the link. BC strains for sure, Flora. Um, that used to be all the rave back in the day. Oh, BC, BC, BC. What about BC buds? Um, James, we had to chain them back up to the blah, blah. We had to chain them back up to the radiator in the basement, James. He was getting out of control. That's where we keep them, in the basement in the corner. Chained to a radiator. I don't like white rhino. Pardon the dank. That's one I don't like. Another one I don't like. Especially greenhouse seed. 5 5, by 10 ounce. Wait, what? By 10 ounce. 10 ounce, 5 strains for 503. Yeah, keep them locked up. By 10 ounces, 5 strains for 5. Yes, I have, pardon the dank. I have smoked shark chalk. It's okay. We actually tried that. We actually got that from a pre-legalization store in a town next to us, where it used to be really heavy, big, uh, very busy store. I don't know. You have to ask them, James. Yeah, Shock Shark's okay. I haven't had that in a very long time. Now what's Dabby doing now? Yes, Dabby. No, there is no link. If you want, I have to give you the link. Hold on. Un momento, por favor. What the heck? There we go. My favorite used to be God Bud. God Bud is good. Yes, Jordan of the Islands. Nice. Yeah, I like God Bud. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to post it here. I haven't tried Cheetah Piss, but Bud Kilowatt grows Cheetah Piss. That's one of his favorites. That one and the one I really like. Oh, apples and bananas. Go after the link, James, Gabby.
Huh? You said, what'd you say?
Have you tried Cheetah Piss smashed?
Yeah, I've had cheetah piss a couple times. It's pretty good.
True.
I'm not a very descriptive person, sorry.
Yeah. There we go.
Sometimes I can be. Right now I'm on a mission, trying to do something.
Ah, there we go. Here's the link. I used to grow it a few years ago. Oh, right on. Pardon the day. I want to find some nice Gorilla Glue GG4. I haven't had GG4 in a while. That's a great strain. Here's everybody in chat.
I just don't know what I want.
That's when I order a little bit of everything.
I'm trying to, but I need to be kind of cautious with money.
Oh, in the chat. Oh, okay. Shit. I didn't even realize. Hold it. Oh. Yeah. Oh, dude, don't get started with pizza. Pizza's awesome. It's too late to order pizza here. So
I'm probably gonna have chicken pot pie.
no, kitty, it's my pot pie. No, kitty, it's my pot pie. Sorry.
I'm gonna call this place again tomorrow. Fucking A.
Uh,
Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to call this place again tomorrow.
you're just joining us. Smash can't decide on what to order from this website, from this place. But there's so many friggin' awesome selection.
Well, I just want to buy. I need cartridges, and I want to make sure the ones I buy don't have fake terps in them because I just bought one and it sucked my donkey balls. I
Yeah,
was like very disappointed.
in the chamber. Like your mama last night. I got one in the chamber. Yeah, for sure look for the plant. I got some emergency, what the hell is that? I forget the name of it. That Indian bread potato. Shit. Um, oh, that's my Hindi language. Oh, aloo paratha. Oh yeah, aloo parathas. I think that's what they were. I got some aloo parathas in the chamber ready to go. I gotta get some those other things that I really like. I can't think of the name of them right now. Holy shit. No, some veg samosas. I love samosas. They're awesome. Oh, by the way, guys, don't forget to tune in tomorrow, 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for the safety meeting on the Fumaduro channel. Every Wednesday. Pizza. What did you get on it, Flora? Pardon the dank. What did you get on the pizza? Pineapple?
Farmers.
Actually, I don't mind pineapple. But it has to be a Hawaiian pizza. Oh, shit. Here comes Dabby. Right on.
I'm sorry, guys. I got a little too tipsy in between the camera talking. I'm finally coming out of it.
Welcome back, Captain. Cheers,
Ah,
Dabby. Welcome, Dabby J. Magical kind pardon? The dank? Right on. Meat. Yeah, there's a pizza company here called Toppers, and there's one called Meat Mountain Pizza. It's like pretty much every every type of meat you can get on the they put on it. It ends up to being like almost a pound of just meat on a pizza. It's awesome. And I like getting like a um, green olives or something to complement it. Mm. Hi, Dabby. Maybe I can do that.
Excuse me.
You're muted if you're trying to talk, Dabby. Wait, what? Oh, that's funny.
All right, now you can see me and hear me, right?
Oh shit! Hey, Dabby, welcome.
Yep.
Hey, it was taking me a while. I had to download the app, but I was trying to get you on my PC, but the power keeps breaking in and out over here, man. So it's been a little difficult, you know what I mean?
True.
Hey, check it out, man. Is that dark?
Yes, very dark.
Ooh,
There
yeah.
you go.
Hang on a second. Let me try to pull some light together.
And if you could put your other hand behind it, that may also help with the camera adjusting
Yeah.
because it wants to adjust on like your face.
I want this. Um, it's a 3.5 inch bud. Very
Nice.
solid. It's white inferno, you know.
Right on.
Yeah, see, I got a big jar of it here, you know.
So I'll give you my address now so you can send that.
Hey, dude, my buddy grows it over here, man. I bought like 10 ounces off him of 5 different buds. I got the chest of the cheetah pisses over here. Then I got some nine lions and this here white inferno. I got some. It's 5 and 2. I didn't
Nice.
get the 3. Then I got some permanent chimera. Uh,
Mhm.
some truffle pig and some TGA. I grew the TGA locomotion.
Yeah.
Yeah, it came out with 2 different sex pistols on it. One plant was real pink pistols, and the other one was white, very stony pot. And
Nice.
yeah,
Hey.
I set myself up until sometime in the summer, man. I buy off my friend because he grows some super fucking dank, man, in his room. He's got a pretty big room. But he sells to the clubs. He sells in Portland. He takes it to Portland.
Right on.
But he's kind enough to take care of us here too.
Yeah, that's awesome, Dabby.
Yeah, I
Hey,
kind of dig it. Hey, check it out, man. You see these 2 inch jars? Oh shit! God damn it! I fucking didn't have the lid screwed on that some bitch. See these 2 inch jars?
Mm.
They were like 1.5 inch deep. He gave me 2 of these full of keef, 2 different kinds of keef.
Nice. I think I
just
got
another big jar with some hash in it, man. Pressed hash. Pretty cool. What you got there?
oh, just an empty jar. It kind of looks like yours, actually.
Yeah, these are green jars.
Oh,
But,
okay, this is mine's brown, like dark.
you know,
Mine are half gallons.
I don't know if you could see that or not. You
Oh,
know,
nice, Dabby.
yeah, this particular one has a bubble on it when you smoke it. Yeah, I got a little bit of rosin left, dude. Check it out. I picked this shit up for like $20 a gram, you know.
Nice.
I don't know. I need some better light in this room. My fucking grow light went off, so I don't have as much light.
Mhm.
And my green light over here doesn't help out much, man.
My mom made a comment about my light because I don't have one end of the 10 up. And she goes, "That's pretty bright." I said, "Yeah, that's only one light."
Yeah, I'm burning a 350 LED light thing. Just over in that
Yeah,
little dorms. You know what a dorm is, right?
yeah.
Yeah, it's like a little 5 by, I don't know, 3 feet wide or so, maybe 4 feet wide. I just have a little spot back there I grow in. Just for kicks, that's just time of year shit.
I pulled a full-size Ford Excursion out of the garage to put up one.
I got a 9 by 12 hoop out back.
I
I
got a
had
10
two
by
other grow
20.
rooms out in a pole barn. They're all insulated and shit. But I can run like I think around 10K, 11K. But I haven't used it for a long while. My health ain't good enough
Yeah,
to keep up with it all.
12 lights. Yeah, they
They're all,
start pushing you.
yeah, my buddy gave me a bunch of double ended. I think he gave me 5 of them with a T5, a large T5, and all the wall fans and stuff. He just changed his room and he went all LED.
Yeah, you know what? My LEDs are sitting in the box and double endeds are hanging because they don't penetrate for me. For what I need and for what I want them to do, they just don't penetrate.
I hear you. I
You
don't.
know, and it's not like they didn't grow because I've got 4 footers, but they just didn't grow the way I wanted them to. And I put them underneath the double enders, and within 5 days, they're like, "Yeah, we love this."
I'd have to pull out a 650 LED to grow something tall. This little 350, I don't. I just grow small plant under it. Just do some clones. This is a clone that I got growing in there. You know, it's just for something I can harvest in another a couple months or so. By probably January, I'll harvest it. I got 2 jars of it over here, so I'm not hurting for any weed for probably at least 6 to 8 months. I like to make it until the next season. Yeah, I
I've
wish.
got I've got one that I probably won't be able to smoke until May.
Well, that's a ways off.
Well, this strain,
Shit, soft corn.
I've had it at different cure times, and at a 5.5 to 6 week cure is where it needs to be. So basically, I smoked the little lowers first and just watched the jars going, is it time? Is it time? Is it time?
Dude, out in my hoop this year, I live on the coast here in Oregon, on the southern coast, and it I went until what was it, November, 1st of November, before I harvested. And I've never been able. Last year I made it to 2 weeks into October, but usually I'm out of there by the first part of October because of the weather over here gets pretty wet. Like right now, it's pouring. We got a cyclone in right now. We got serious winds and rain. They were
Yeah.
out of Cape Blanco today at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a report on 91 mile an hour blast. You go out to Cape Blanco where the lighthouse is, man. You can, when the wind's blowing, you can just lay over the cliff, man. You can just put your body out and it'll hold you up. The wind will just hold you up there. You can just kind of go at an angle, you know.
Yeah, I ain't doing anything like that. I kind of had a free fall to begin with, so
Oh, you ain't gonna fall, dude. This wind will blow you over, man, blow you down. Man, they clock winds out
yeah.
there 100 miles an hour better, man.
It has something to do with spending over a month in ICU.
Yeah, I got you, man. I've been in ICU a few times. That's why I have a hard time, man. You know, I've been going for probably 25 years now, man, with on I don't know, 30% of my heart, 25% of my heart. Then I got an array of other problems. But everybody dies around me. I just lost one of my brothers last week. Last year I lost
Hard to
my
hear that.
dad, my sister. I've lost two sisters and two brothers. Some nieces and uncles or nephews, uncles, and all my family's dead except for my mom right here. You know, the rest of us are all dead.
My mom's gonna outlive me.
I got a couple of younger sisters, you know, that are, I don't know what, how old Liz is. I think Liz is right around 60 or something. I'm 65. She's out in Colorado, though.
It's giving you the finger out the jar. We got a whole bunch of cool stuff going though. I have a bunch of my stuff going. I got a couple hood candies. I got platinum garlic breath to papaya mimosa.
Nice.
I think I
I
got
like garlic.
yep. Good.
I used to get a lot of garlic juice, man. That was a fave, man, for about 2 years or so. Then the farm quit. I had some sticky farms.
Well, I
Good.
had garlic cookies, and then Green Goddess also had grew garlic cookies, and she didn't like it, so she ended up giving it to me. It was really garlicky.
Yeah, I like garlic. I was pretty addicted to that, the flavor of it, and then the stone is real hard on it.
Um,
Keeps the vampires away.
I like that funky stuff. I've always liked funky stuff.
Let's see.
Tower.
This is Chest of the Cheetah.
Tower.
There's a little Chest of the Cheetah right here. Damn it, the light sucks.
Snap into a Slim Jim.
Oh, do I get any flashlight? One that works, babe.
The lightnings.
Oh well. Let me pull my Patriot up now.
So I'm in the season right now where it's super heat. I had to put the heater in my room, and it's really dry. So I was trying to pop seeds in bigger containers, and
Boy, this is hard to do on a little fucking phone and shit. Whoops.
the
Look at that. I like this Chest of the Cheetah piss. Pretty good.
the topsoil was like
That's not bad, right? 50
Yeah,
bucks
yeah.
an ounce. What'd you say?
I was saying my soil, I was having a hard time popping seeds. It was transitioning to the time where I don't need a humidifier or a dehumidifier, I need a heater. So there's the little baby heater in the room right now. Now plants are growing really good. For a little bit, they were cold, so they slowed down.
You don't use a heating mat?
Huh?
A heating mat?
No, I got a heater.
Well, my room's pretty warm, but if the temperatures are going to drop down, temperatures usually are in the 50s around here at night or whatever, so I use my heater map up around 70 or whatever under my tray. I'm pulling seeds. This year I planted 5 locomotion seeds and got 5 back, but I only got 2 females.
Yeah, we actually have fire weather statements going out right now because the humidity's been so low lately. No rain, really.
You're not getting any weather yet?
No,
That's all we've
it's
been
cold.
getting is
It's
rain.
35.
Oh, dude, it's pouring the rain outside, and we've got heavy winds, and there's
Yeah,
been a lot of hail
I'm
too.
on the other coast though. I'm on the East
Yeah,
Coast.
you're on the East Coast.
We're supposed to get snow tomorrow.
Come on, let me look.
Apparently, like Smash Sack Primal Grow already has snow out by him. He's it on the east coast of Canada.
I'm supposed to get rain tomorrow. Which
We
would
were
be
we were 60 today, and Thursday they're calling for a high of like 38. You damn Canadians, keep your goddamn weather.
Hey,
Yeah.
take off, eh? You poser.
um,
But our 60-degree weather is coming from that storm that was down south that came up.
Yeah.
it's 54 here right now.
36. Where I'm at.
Freezing over.
Let's see.
But my igloo
Get that out of the way. It's 54. It's only supposed to get 50 tonight.
isn't.
Oh, wait a second. Let's try this again.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, today it's going to be 61, but tonight it's going to drop to 36. Tomorrow is 37 to 41.
Funky tune.
So I guess
It's 51 right now here, and so this thing says, and tomorrow the high should be like 53.
Mm-mm.
The low tonight will be around 49.
It's 47
50.
here right now.
It's
You know,
54 at 1 o'clock
but
in
I'm
the morning.
sweating, man. I got a fire blazing downstairs. Mm.
It's gonna be low. It's 44 tonight.
Oops. Hit the wrong button.
Mm.
Mine's supposed to be. Oh wait, motherfucker! What the fuck?
Yeah, right.
There we go. High of 51 tomorrow. Ugh.
We had a really nice accident above Bandon. My kids were out and they had to go around it. There's a 3-car pileup on the 101 with 3 fatalities.
Crazy.
Kind of sounds like what happened here the other day. What is it with people going the wrong way on the freeway and the ramp? People forget how to fucking drive or what?
Yep.
A lot
We
of
had
brain
like 2
farting going
deaths
on.
the other night. They're talking about putting up these signs here in Cleveland that when you go the wrong way, actually light up
Whew.
because they're having massive amounts of people getting on the wrong way. A lot of them are drunk.
Well, I don't know. I was coming back from seeing my cardiologist in Florence, and on the way back, some lady went on come was trying to go, do a head-on collision with me. She drifted over into my lane, and I mean, it was like she wasn't that far in front of me when she drifted over, but I swerved, and I thought she was going to catch my quarter panel, but she didn't. And she just creamed right into the back of the SUV that was behind me, sent him over the
Wow.
hill. He spun and went head back in. He spun a what did he do? Like 3/4 of the way around, his ass in, went over the hill. Him and his dog was down there. Her little white car was parked against the mountainside, and she was deceased. And they pried him out and got him and his dog out and did a report on him. He was okay. I gave them all my information and everything, but they never did contact me.
There we go.
'Cause I was like a eyewitness for the whole thing.
You were almost one of the accidents.
Oh, dude, I thought she was gonna hit me. I was just very lucky, man. That's right around the time my little sister died, and I was really in the midst of talking to her, man, and kind of, had a little emotion going on, man. So I had to quit talking. I told her I got to quit talking to you because my eyes are getting wet, and I'm driving. And then all of a sudden, that lady's like, well, I'm like, whoa.
What the fuck?
Then I pulled over, man, and walked back up to where they were at.
What a hell.
By the time I got there, though, there was a lot of people to help them. And official people started coming in. They got the jaws of life down there to pull him out. I'm glad I wasn't part of it all.
Yeah.
But, I've missed out on death quite a few times. So I guess one day they'll catch me. But I'll probably just be right here in Port Orford, down with the rest of my damn friends. One of my partners last year was helping me do some work on my house, and he died right in the middle of the damn shit.
I talked to a friend, and 4 hours later, she went to work. She talked to me right before she went into work. And within 4 hours, she had a heart attack and died. 53.
Yeah, I've had 3 heart attacks.
I told her not to go into work that day and the day before because there was something wrong with her speech.
Her speech, she's gonna have a little stroke. My stepbrother just died a few days ago, and he had a heart attack and stroke. And he
Yeah,
was
she had.
they had him on the machine, for a while, breathing and all that. But when they took him off the breathing machine, he didn't last very long.
Yeah, I figure my last breath is going to be out west after I push the button. Well, I'm 30 years into living with excruciating nerve pain and damage, and I'm just tired of it. I can't
I
get no
understand, dude. I can
medications.
barely call around.
Dude, I'm trying to figure out what this setting is, and I can't.
I
I've had my
get
life taken
maybe
away from
four
me
hours,
already, man.
4 hours of sleep a night. After 4 months right now, it's getting to me.
Yeah,
I
my
was,
hip, my back, every joint in my body is and my feet give me a lot of problems. They like to cramp up and like send my toes in different directions. That's when I'm usually crawling to my weed fucking cream where I just shouts out on there, and it really helps me out a lot. Cannabis is cool.
I'd have to bathe in the shit.
Well, it still
Getting
works
it.
for me. There's a place up here called Stash, man, and they uh it's a pure distillate, crystal distillate CBD, and you just put it on your banger. And I can come up here, man. My hips and my back will just be, you know, sending my head through my brain through the top of my head, and I can sit in my chair here and hit that banger, dude. And then a few minutes later, I'm up running around, man. Like, wow. And that stuff is the best. But for the feet cramps and the in my hands, the arthritis and stuff, the weed cream really helps. It doesn't always eliminate it, but it allows me to tolerate it. As long as I can tolerate it, I'm doing good. My mom had back surgery about a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. She's having to live with that shit. She and she's having problems. Her hand's all swollen up right now. Her right hand. It's like 3, 4 times its normal size. Starting to go down, but I don't know.
Yeah, my right one's twice the size of my left.
I
That's
guess I
normal.
thrashed myself good when I was young. Yeah.
Of course, I guess getting hit by that truck on a motorcycle a couple years ago didn't help too.
I had somebody hit me once on the Orange Crush on the I-5 down to Crush. and it was a caravan. The traffic came to a complete stop. I was on my way to work down Mission Viejo, and I stopped, and all of a sudden, just hear a little flatbed pickup truck goes flying by, man, and then like spinning, and then this van rolls off of my door. It totaled the side of my car out, man, and jacked my back and my neck up. So now my neck is permanently fucked.
Oh, that's sick hardcore.
I don't know. You want to interfere on this?
Yeah.
I went on the interferon treatment back in the early teens, for like a year with like handfuls of freaking ribavirin trying to get rid of HCV because my liver levels were all jacked up, 3 and 4 times what they were supposed to be. My enzymes.
All right, guys, I gotta get out of here. I hope you
Hey,
have a good
peace out, dude. Later, Smash.
Later, Smash.
Yes, Smash. Hey, Hardcore, how's it going, man?
I have a friend over here got in an accident, rolled her little car, dude, and broke her back. She got like 8 screws in her back. Fucked her leg all up, man. She's rolling around in a wheelchair now.
Well, that's the reason why I didn't have surgery for my neck, because they told me, well, there's a possibility we can paralyze you from the neck down.
Yeah,
And
messing
I
around with
said,
me.
I'll live with it.
Yeah, well, I got my second vertebrae up in my neck. That thing's jacked up, man. So my neck is always popping. It hurts all the time, man. I can't turn to the left all the way. Sometimes it's better
No,
than others. Worse when I'm driving.
I
I used
can
to love
turn
to go.
fine to the left and to the right. No, I landed on my right side when I hit the ground.
I put
So
roof trusses up on a 20 by 20 garage today by myself with all hand nails and lifting them up with a ladder in like 4.5 hours probably. It's funny because all the YouTube videos I watch, they piss them on because it takes them weeks to do it.
What was you doing?
Just putting up roof trusses
Oh, okay.
and just like some bracing and shit. But it can be a bitch when you
Yeah,
don't have anyone to hand them to you.
maybe 25 years ago, dude. I can't even go up a ladder anymore, man. 2 foot step ladder. I'm shaking. It's hard enough just walking and standing up, man. It's just I fall down, man. It sucks. I fell down off
Yeah,
the front
sometime
porch
this
here.
week I'm going to be hauling 30 sheets of plywood or OSB up a ladder. That'll be fun.
OSB. Yeah, I used to stack roofs too, man, a long time ago when I was young. Worked for Howard Randall Roofing Company.
I can shingle
man,
like a motherfucker, man.
I'd be getting like a little wench and putting it on top of one of the trusses and just wenching that shit up.
Yeah, it's not that bad. I just make like an H out of lumber. It has like a couple shelves on it, so like from the ground I can push them up to like probably like 8 feet in the air or something like that, which is like right underneath the roof. I don't know. That's hard to explain, but
You was working by yourself
yeah.
on your own stuff,
Huh?
on your own things.
Yeah, kind of. I'm working for a guy, but like I get paid by the job more than by hourly or anything.
Right on. piecework.
He's a property management guy. He owns a bunch of fucking rental properties and shit.
Yeah, right on. I've worked for many of them, man. Used to work for KB
Um,
Homes a lot too, man. Last time I was out. And I went into installing category 5 wire and fiber.
uh,
That's when I had my big heart attack and it took me out of the game. Doctors.
I had an uncle that was colorblind that did carbon fiber.
Yeah, my brother-in-law, he was colorblind, man, and he worked in it too, man. Yeah, but he had a good job working prevailing wage, man. Working on military bases, and first he was in the schools, then he was on the military bases. But he's yeah, he was colorblind, man. But he worked, handled it. Colorblind is different for different people, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes your colors are just different. I know he said something about when he looks at a green light there, he doesn't see green.
Well, that's
I
one of the
know
things too. The green. It's
no, I
like
lost it.
we really don't know what each other sees when we see color either. Like maybe one of these days with the AI and shit, we'll be able to read each other's minds and be able to actually see what red is to you. But
Yeah, I won't be around. Not unless they
no,
hurry it
it's
up
good.
real quick. Last month I just came legally a really old person, or an old person, man. When you turn 65, man, I live
I
on
got
fixed
11 and a half
disability.
more years.
What's that, man? More years?
11 and a half.
You just want 11 and a half more years?
No, then I'll be 65.
Oh, no. I turned 65 last month. I was born in 59. Kaiser Steel Hospital, Fontana, California. First Kaiser Steel. My grandpa worked for Kaiser. I don't know, by the early 80s, that place was closed down. Now it's a California Speedway. Stock car
The
racing.
hospital I was born in is in the middle of the fucking Cleveland ghetto right now.
Kaiser's was a good hospital back then. That's back when Nixon, man, was interested in Kaiser's plan. But it made the town stink real good. Then after the steel mill closed down, man, you just had to deal with the chicken shit on certain time periods and the flies. This fucking hash is tasty, man. I well, perfect dark stuff, man. It's not. It's more like the blonde hash, man.
I should roll a hash joint soon.
Yeah, I like to roll a joint every once in a while.
And it's been about 4 months since I smoked any hash.
Well, I was surprised my after I made this purchase, man. from our friend here in town. He well, he gave me all these heads, but then he sent back over another jar, man, with some it's all compressed heads, so it's all compressed together real good. It has a little bubble on it, so that's pretty cool. It's like 9 lions, which is quite pretty. This is like it's like a happy upper high,
Hash is an up high for me now.
Well,
It sucks being THC sensitive.
I just I get a nice stone, but it doesn't last very long as far as one that makes your eyes close some, you feel it good and heavy in your eyes. And but that don't last very long. And then it's just up and rolling. But I start smoking pot like, with my coffee. I get up before daybreak and I smoke weed all day long, man. And I'm gonna keep doing that as long as I can, man.
I just successfully wired a 4 foot uh, black light to a 2 foot
No,
fixture, but it's just dangling there, so it's not. I gotta actually like figure out a way to make it actually that the one end stay on. But cool, I got black light now. I haven't been able to see black light on any of these for a while. I can see it just peeking out from there.
and with that green. Almost looks like that rainbow I seen yesterday, man.
Is it a double rainbow all the way across the sky? So intense.
No, it was just a partial rainbow, and you have to look over you have to wait till you can see it because there's a lot of trees and hills and things like that here on the coast, you know, up in Oregon. And then it was just where the sky was broken up as clear blue sky, and then there was like uh, a whole front out in front of me because it took me probably 45 minutes, close to an 45 minutes, I guess, to get from that point to Coos Bay, which is like an hour and 20-minute drive for me from my house. Uh, and it was just, you could see it right through there, but I couldn't see it coming up and over the trees and up and over 101. I couldn't see it because that was just all gray clouds up there. And how rainbows are. They're kind of elusive, especially in the mountainy regions, and you're driving. I just getting glimpses of it. And I am pull over because I had a hard day yesterday doing a lot of shopping. Something I got to do once a month. My little town here, man, is there's only like what do we got, 1,145 people here, 48 people, something like that. We don't have no stop signal lights, and town's only like half of a mile long.
But you have a dollar mark.
We have a Dollar General here. Yes, it got put in 3-4 years ago. But other than that, now we have a Raise here, and then you just have little restaurants and stuff. You want to go to McDonald's, that's going to take you at least an hour. Hour and 20 minutes. If I want to go like eat at In-N-Out hamburger stand, that I'm gonna have to spend about 3.5 hours driving.
For me in Thailand to get to Burger King, yeah, it was a 4.5 hour drive or an hour plane ride to like Bangkok. We didn't have one in Chiang Rai. We had one McDonald's.
And we don't. I
It
don't eat
made
a
it
lot of
easy
fast
not
food,
eating
man. I
fast
think that's
food.
why I'm still alive, dude. You know what I mean? I think that's why I'm still living because I moved to Port Orford here, man, and life just slowed way down. Plus, I didn't have no expenditures really, because life's kind of on the real down low cheap right here. You know, I complain about the gas prices. If they're up, but right now the gas prices have been coming down pretty good. Uh,
I paid
uh,
$2.82 the other day.
I paid $2.90 something yesterday at the Safeway gas station, and that was cheap. Gas out here is right now in most places it's $3.18 a gallon, but it's under four. It's been under four, 3.80, 3.79, stuff like that. Maybe 3.69. But I only spend maybe $30 a month on gasoline. And I own 3 vehicles. 2 of them are gas hogs. So I drive the one that's not on the long distance stuff. But if I want to go down on the beach and break out my Forerunner, I live in the slow lane, man, when I used to live in the fast lane.
Yeah, I know. I was really enjoying northern Thailand.
I bet you were. One of my the guy that opened the first pot shop here in town, Buddhist, he just moved to Thailand, dude. He packed up, sold out off the river. He was living up the Elk River. He just packed his shit up, man. He said, "I'm getting out of here. It's getting too expensive." Like,
Yeah.
prices are gonna drop here pretty soon, dude.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, I'd rather sell it now while the prices are high and move to Thailand because, I had a 3 bedroom simple Thai house and it was $97 a month. My water bill was $2 a month, and 2 climate controlled rooms didn't cost me more than $95 a month in electric.
Huh. I usually spend about $50, $60 a month on electricity. I don't have any rent. Uh, every Once a year in November, I help my mom with her property tax, and that's it. My other kids that live here, man, they live out in the fifth wheel out here. My daughter and her husband, he's the head chef over here at Redfish, one of the most finest restaurants we have in town. right out here on the coast with the ocean view at Battle Rock. You can see us online, dude. Port Orford's beautiful place. I live. There's a lake across the street. There's a big pond in my backyard, and then if I go right over here on the other side of the lake, there's the Pacific Ocean. That's Paradise Beach and Agate Beach over there. If I drive, I can walk anywhere in town. But the other end of town where the dock's at and shit, and out by Coast Guard Hill and all that. There's a lot of history around here. Battle Rock is where they fought the Indians, and they got stranded up there on this freaking big rock out here, where they can get back out to the ship and get the hell out of here and go get some more boys and come back. I think it was like the next year or whatever. They got to come back, man, and then they killed off the Indians, and then there was some redheaded, the Irish dude, or, and I'm pretty fucking high, man. They killed him there, man, and when they finally got the battle settled down, they talked to the chief, man, and they told him, "Well, we're sorry, we killed the redheaded dude out there, man." And he's like, "I don't care, man. He was an asshole." I guess people could communicate with each other back then. I don't know. Then they took this land away from the Indians. We got a deep dock out here, man. All our boats. This is a fishing village, but all our boats are under 40 feet long, and they're all winched up on these big winches, let down. They all sit up on the dock and go over the winch, pull off the trailer, swing it around, drop it down the ocean, whew, out fishing. They're getting ready for crab season right now. My neighbor's has a big boat. He's got, I don't know, 300-400 crab pots. He'll be laying out. You crab for like 3 months or 4 months until every March, pretty much. And after March, it pretty well dies off. And you guys make, $100,000, man, in that amount of time.
If I could drive across the lake, I could be at Dee's house in probably 2.5 hours.
Right on. Yeah, what size is that lake?
What is Lake Erie? 60 miles across, D?
If I was a young man, I could swim across my lake. It does
Yeah,
have
not
some
this
coves.
one.
I mean, we got the dock down here at the end of my street. There's no real dock there. You can just land a small boat there. Then there's 12th Street dock, and over here by Agate, you can pull in there, and then you can come around, fish all the whole lake. I haven't fished for quite a while though. I was out on the river, man. About fucking killed myself one day, out salmon fishing.
There's the lake that this town is on has 21 miles of lakeshore, 2 towns on it.
I
Man,
drowned worms.
you do what?
I drowned worms.
You drown worms?
Yeah.
You ever blow them up with a syringe?
No.
No. I like using one of those little corks. They're like a bead the line runs through, and you got your little hook and your weight out at the other end, and it just causes it to float up. Whoop. So however long you want your leader, man. We got a lot of rainbow trout out here. They stock this. We used to have perch out there, man, but when the bar uh screwed up, man, the ocean came over and salted it all out. Took a long time to get that all cleared up. Then we have bass, and I have bass in my pond. A lot of lilies had too. A lot of geese. Canadian geese. I get them by the hundreds here, man,
Fuckers.
in the pond, man.
We're right next to a big park, and for a while they had what they called the duck pond and the marsh, and they had it pretty much cleared, and then they came up with this cool idea to return everything back to nature. So it displaced the geese that had been flying for decades into this water area, and now you can see them all over the place. They don't know what to do. The water's almost all gone.
My pond's
They
not
turned
real
off
deep.
the aerators.
It's a large little pond, but it gets fed from a little creek, and it drains off into the lake over here. Which the lake goes and it has another drain out um, towards Agate Beach that the water runs. So it's a circulating system, for the whole thing. We get like 100 inches or better of rain here every year, every season, and it rains all the time. I mean, you get a nice summer shower. Then it gets a little humid, not unless it when the wind doesn't blow. But other than that, this is very moderate temperature. You don't need a air conditioner or anything like that. Dehumidifiers now, you might want to use those because humidity here is really high.
Even though you're on the coast, they may have you beat in Thailand.
Yeah, it's on the other side of the Pacific.
During this time of year at night, it's probably about 98%, 97% humidity.
Humidity's pretty high here right now. It's usually pretty maxed out, up to 100%, 80s to 100.
We're at 81% humidity with 22-mile-an-hour winds. Feels like 19 degrees.
Well, we're running 30-mile-an-hour winds right now with 50-mile-an-hour gusts,
That's cold.
but
It's
it's slowed
32-degree
down.
air temp, but the feels like temp is 19.
It's fucking slowed. My house is pretty warm, man, because I've been burning a fire, man. But I know one of my tarps came loose, man. After some real strong winds were coming in. We get some strong winds. Electricity, we're doing pretty good for juice, man. It's only been off a few times this evening. Boys are out working hard. I just got a report, man, that they're out there working their ass off. And the internet went down a few times. I don't even know if it's on. So I went on my phone in order to do anything. Uh, Thailand. Well, I've been to Hawaii back in
I
the
haven't
80s.
been to Hawaii and I haven't been to Alaska.
I've never been to Alaska, but I do have a ex-wife up in Fairbanks. She got 20 years in the federal penitentiary up there. She capped her new man, her new whoever the guy she was with. We've been separated since the early 80s. So she capped him in bed, man, with a 44 Red Hawk. And like I heard she shot him 3 times. And then her and her connection sat around doing drugs until he started stinking. They rolled him up in a plastic thing, but then they eventually started stinking, so they took him outside by the outhouse, and he was under the snow. When the cops came, because his job, I guess, he was looking for him. Yeah, that's where they found him out there in the snow.
Yeah, I think there's more to that story than we all understand.
Really? Oh, well, many years before that, she pulled my pistol out on me, and she was up in our bedroom, which was a loft. I was living up in Lake Arrowhead at the time, and in an A-frame. And I was downstairs, and she'd been fucking up, man, getting into drinking and doing stupid shit. Had my little daughter, and I was like, well, this is getting crazy. I was, I was, I had my own little cabin service business up there, and I didn't need that shit. But she pulled that pistol on. She was up there. I seen her go for the drawer, so I fucking ran up the stairs. By the time I got to the top of the stairs, she's coming around, with a 22 revolver, and I'm like, snatched it up out of her hand, and took the bullets out of it and shit.
Could have cracked her upside the head with it.
Man, I'm not violent that way, really.
Yeah, well, a lot
Especially
of
with a
people aren't,
woman.
but they start drinking alcohol, and your friend's gonna have to watch that and be single. The women in Thailand will cut you in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
If you get married to a Thai girl and you die of a suspicious death, she only gets 1/3 of the life insurance policy.
I think I I think she was a purple belt, my ex, my first wife. She was like I don't know, 19 years old when I married her. She was a young little filly, and just went bad. We stabled horses up in the mountains, Santa Claus Village. Is up behind Santa Claus Village, up in Sky Forest. Hey, she just got crazy, and I guess she just got crazier. I went off in my own direction and got crazy in other ways. Then when Johnny Law got involved, I decided to chill out. I was somewhere in my 30s. Had to slow down, slow down.
Can't live at 100 miles an hour
You guys
forever.
were talking about brickweed earlier tonight, right? I used to get that shit, man, like, by 100-pound packages and shit down in LA, in a little town called Monrovia. And it was tied into the Sonora cartel. But this stuff was like a lime green with bright orange hairs. It was real pretty and it smelled and tasted kind of bubble gummy, like bazooka bubble gum. Sometimes you get it and it'd be in spears. It didn't really have a lot of seed in it or anything. And that shit was coming. I don't know. It was given cupped out to me, man, at $650 a pound. I was selling it for $1,000. It was like, yeah. And all the time I was doing before that, and all that time I was going to Humboldt County and bringing down the con, like once a week I was driving up there. That's that's how I spent the early '80s.
So I was producing clones for a family, and they had 10 rooms going, and they couldn't sell the weed because all their connects were brickweed connects,
Oh yeah,
and they couldn't sell kind bud. They couldn't sell green
yeah,
bud.
dude. It took me a while to get spaced out to go up with me. But he used to buy. He liked to get the brown stuff, and I knew somebody that had the brown stuff too, man. But it's the pretty brown stuff, and kind of red. And uh, he would buy that like 5-pound lots and shit. It was fun because I would just get a hold of my Mexican cat and he would hand it to me, then I would go deliver it, and I would just put some K in my pocket and
It
go back
got
to
back
doing
to
whatever I was doing.
it got back to me during after the fourth harvest, and they're like, "We don't know how much longer we can do this. We can't get rid of this weed." And I said, "Well, what's your price and how much do you have?" And they told me a price and they told me how much they had. I made a phone call. I said, "Drop it off." I'm
That's
sitting here calling my friend 2 days later, like blowing up his fucking phone for 3 days, 4 days. He doesn't call me. I go down and I see his dad and I said, "Call your son and tell him to come over to my fucking house and pick up all his money." I've been calling him for like 4 days. And his dad looked at me because he knew how much I had. And he said, "Wait a second. You had this amount and you've been trying to get a hold of him for 4 days. You've only had it for 6." I said, "Yeah, it only took one phone call."
yeah.
"Well,
I
you
like
didn't
those
sell it
like
in
that.
Ohio." "Nope." It went to Virginia.
Yeah, up in Mendocino and stuff, and all up through Humboldt County. There was guys up there, man, that you could pick some from, but then they'd send most of it off. And I'm talking like in 1983, right in that area, 84, 85. It started going up. That's when Reagan was installing activated camp. So there was all those problems. You know where Willits is?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to get some stuff out of Willits. It was, oh, I wish I could still get it. And we called him the old goat farmer. He's an old character, man, with an old lady and some kids and a little farm. but he growed the most perfumiest, beautifulest stuff, man. It was so great. I can just I can think about it right now and just like I'm right there, you know. But I don't, you know, what Blue Dream, really good Blue Dream tastes like?
Nope, because it's too light for me and I don't smoke it.
Non flavor. Or say blueberry shorts, you know, blueberry muffin.
I
Uh,
know bubbleberry from Sagamartha Seeds. That's
no, I'm
what reminds me of
blueberry,
blueberry
man. There were
muffins.
no, I don't remember no names, dude. Even in 1982, a friend of mine came down from Washington and he brought some clones with him, right? And it's the first time I ever seen clones before. They had these little, it had a little sack wrapped around the bottom of it with some rerouter in it, you know. And he's like, "Here, man, here's 7 of them, dude. Just throw them up in your closet there, man. In about a month, they'll pop up." And then he came over, man, and I had this little room. It was like a nine, oh, I don't, what was it, 9 feet long and 7 feet wide. And we dug a 4 foot pit, pulled up all the soil. This is in Pasadena, all right, you know, right by the Rose Parade, where they held the Rose Parade. And we went down to the nursery and said, "Let's grab this, and this, and we brought it all back, man. And we took some of the soil and all the other ingredients we had and put it all in that hole and put those plants in there and strung some fucking lights. And then we went to down to Orange County to Sylvania Lighting Company to buy these big bulbs, man, that
Parking lot
they
lights.
said they were 1,000 watt halides, right? With 1,200 lumens. I didn't know what the fuck. Yeah, it's the first time I was ever introduced to that shit. I mean, I grew some Panama Red back in 1976, you know, and out behind my parents' place, man. You know, I grew some other Mexican weed, but that was all outside, you know. But then I got real busy. I lost my job and I got real busy slinging greens, you know, swapping greenbacks. And I harvested that thing. It was really good, but I didn't keep it. And I was kind of bummed I didn't keep it, but oh well, I was making too much money. And I didn't have to grow weeds to do it. I didn't start growing weed until I moved up here 15 years ago. I went and got my own MP license, and I've held it ever since. That thing used to cost me a couple of $100 or so, right? Now it costs me $20 a year. I don't have to pay for my doctor anymore. I don't have to pay for anything except for the mail and the little $20 fee that they want from me. But I got the low end deal, man.
Here in Ohio, the medical doctors for cannabis tried to tell patients, "Oh, you have to come in every 3 months and we have to evaluate you." I said, "Bull fucking shit, you do." I've been smoking for 30 years.
No, bro, my primary care physician, once a year I go in there, man, and he just signed my papers last month because I had to, you know, I had to up my card, man. It's just already mailed off, man. I mean, it cost me $5 or something for certified mail, plus $20 check I sent to them. They'll
My
send me
Michigan doctor
I
does.
I can grow 6 mature plants and 18 immature plants.
Actually, you can grow as many immature plants as you want because until you start to flower them, they don't have THC.
Dude, look, I've been growing on this property for 14 years.
You have
And
never stuck to 6 plants.
no, I don't have to, dude. Well, we got 5 fucking cops. We know them. All right. They come here to put a fire out, but they don't fucking bother my weed. Nobody, there's people grow pot all over the place, man. Yeah.
I was seeing black hawk helicopters in 1978 flying over the farm in southern Ohio.
Well, I've seen them in 82.
By
Up
95, most
up where Willits is in that whole area.
of the people I knew
Ukiah,
stopped growing pot. There were too many helicopters.
uh
Yeah, I actually really like Ukiah.
Ukiah.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's changed a lot. So has Willits. I mean, the last time I rolled through those places, I'm like, wow, this is all
yep.
different. Even the freeways were different,
It's all built up.
And then I went out Williams 20, man. And I'm like, whoa, what the hell? Then there's all these grape vineyards and shit. I'm like, whoa, all these, Manchano ranches. I'm like, damn, dude. I used to come out here, man, where, it was just blackness. I mean, my friend had a brand new house up on Canocti Lake, man. And whenever I came up, he rent me a car, man. He picked me up at the airport down in Sacramento and rent me a car up there in Ukiah at the little airport. And then I'd drive up to Canocti Lake, man, stay in a brand new fucking house with all kinds of brand new, everything was brand new. You know, I'm like, shit, this is cool life. Then them sons of bitches, man, out of Calpella, they wanted me to do some browns for them on my trips. So I spent a night with him uh, playing with that. And the next day I told him, dude, I'll never get anything done. So I got to give you a negative on that, man. And those sons of bitches wanted to pay me. Oh, an extra $5,000 every pass. All I had to pick it up and go drop it off, and that's it. I'd have been pulling down some heavy K if I'd have done that with my greens that I was doing through the 80s. Everybody's all Reagan, and camp and all the stuff, but I was rolling. It was fun. That's the first time ever in my life. Then I got in the 90s, I got into something different, man, and I kind of put my foot pedal to the metal, while I was a serious race car driver. I did that for 4 years after my divorce. I was just on a hell bent drive, man. I didn't give a shit where I was going. I was carrying my daughter with me though, and that was fuck. But she was a sweetheart, and I kept it all together. And then I just woke up one day and said, "Fuck this shit," and then quit. 10 grand a week gone. So what? Not spinning your wheels no more. Go and get fat. Go back to work. Have some heart attacks. Finally, the doctor says, "No more work for you, dude." Oh no. The guy I work for called me for a year. He'd call me periodically, want me to come back to work. I'm like, dude, did they release you yet, dude? 10 pounds. As long as I don't lift 10 pounds, I can't get on no ladders either. It's like, fuck. So I just been wasting my life away, man, since 2004, I guess. I started having heart attacks in the year 2000 on my first heart attack. My next one was 4 years later. Then I had a third one a couple of years or something later. Then I moved up here. And I haven't had a heart attack since. Plus, I got rid of HCV.
Oh, it's 2 o'clock.
Is it?
Yeah, I think it's time to call it a show, guys.
It's 11:10 here. Okay, man. Right on, dude. You still with us there, Stone? I'm fucking really high, so I should later on, guys. Have a good evening.
Later.
Thanks for coming and hanging out, Debbie.
Right on, bro. Peace out, man.
Yeah.
Peace.
Captain?
D, thanks for sticking around. Fumi, thanks for putting this on. Everybody out in chat, thanks for sticking around with us tonight. We'll catch you maybe tomorrow and maybe Saturday.
Right on, Captain. Thanks for coming and hanging out, Captain.
Peace.
Why are you turning shit off? Allow to access frozen media on your device.
Well, boys and girls, cheers, everybody. I hope everyone has a great night. Thanks for coming in and hanging out. Green,
I forgot how to turn this thing off.
uh-oh. There we go. Oh, there we go. Thanks everybody for tuning in. Like Captain says, don't forget to join us tomorrow, 12 o'clock Pacific, 3 o'clock Eastern Standard Time for the safety meeting. Thanks for coming and hanging out, guys. Thanks to Fumador, like always, for putting these shows together, man. We really appreciate it. Cheers, everybody in chat. I hope everyone has a great night, and we'll catch you guys tomorrow. Keep your stick on the ice. Remember, help control the pet population. Have your pet spayed or neutered. And don't be a hoser. If you are, you can take off, eh? Take off. Later, everybody. Thanks for coming and hanging out, guys.